Chapter 1675. Boom! Qin Wudi immediately made his move. The previous exchange allowed him to know the strength of the kid in front of him. He was already using his full strength. As the most outstanding genius of the school of legalism, Qin Wudi was in control of all the supreme techniques and methods of the school of legalism. Countless mysterious runes surged out, connecting with the heaven and earth, drawing the power of the world from the divine realm for his own use. One had to admit that Qin Wudi was definitely a genius. 30 years ago, he was already unrivaled among his peers. He was one of the 3 strongest geniuses in thousands of years. He was incomparably powerful. Otherwise, how could he look down on his peers? Rumble, gathering the power of heaven and earth, Qin Wudi's body surged with divine light like a miracle. His nirvana realm cultivation swept out without holding back. In an instant, just as Qin Wudi opened his eyes, a shocking beam of light swept out like lightning. It was as if it could illuminate the void and see through the past and present. Starting from Qin Wudi's surroundings, ferocious beasts spread their wings and soared into the sky. There were dragon shadows and fierce tigers roaring. The heaven and earth collapsed, the void was sinking, and the mountains and rivers were surging. It turned into a shocking phenomenon of heaven and earth. It's legalism's law Dao power. Qin Wudi is using his full strength. Qin Wudi was already at a disadvantage before. Now he's going to use his full strength. Someone in the square below exclaimed. Zhou Xiaoluo, Mo Runan, and the others who couldn't find an opponent to attack were also shocked. Mo Runan and Zhou Xiaoluo didn't attack because they couldn't find an equal opponent. With their status, they disdained to attack ordinary people. Moreover, the desolate country, School of Inyang, School of Mo, and School of Agriculture had the upper hand in the entire battlefield. With the protection of the life-saving talisman, there was no danger at all. The purple flame demonic phoenix also didn't attack. She watched the fight between Little Xingxing and Long San from the side. She came with the Phoenix clan. Her every action represented the choice of the Phoenix clan. She could help alone, but she needed to be careful in this kind of chaotic battle. More importantly, it seemed that she didn't need to attack. The desolate country didn't fall into a disadvantage and held the advantage. On the other hand, the woman with the surnames Su, Big Lan, and Little Lan, who had been following Du Xiaofu all this while, had also joined the crowd that was attacking the school of legalism and the school of vertical and horizontal. In the distant void, Du Xiaojing hadn't made a move either. She had been watching the battle between Qin Wudi and Du Xiaofu. Her delicate hands were clenched into fists under her long sleeve. She was trembling inwardly as a divine light flashed in her eyes. In the sky, Qin Wudi exploded. Du Xiaofu was enveloped by the heaven and earth anomaly. The pressure was so powerful that it could crush everything. However, Du Xiaofu was not afraid. Both of his eyes were filled with purple lightning. His silhouette soared into the sky and leaped towards Qin Wudi. Even in the face of the heaven and earth, he was fearless. The heavenly Tao is far, but the human Tao is far. Qin Wudi shouted in a deep voice. His aura was incomparably majestic, as if he was looking down from above. The vision of heaven and earth instantly enveloped Du Xiaofu. When the last word was spoken, he waved his hand and turned it into a thunderous fingerprint that swept out. This finger was condensed from the Tao of legalism. It was a combination of the heaven and earth anomaly. The heaven and earth anomaly were boundless. Qi La, as the finger imprint flashed past, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. Only the finger imprint was left. It was dazzling and blazing, and it carried with it a destructive force that seemed like it was formed by nature. Everywhere it passed, the void turned into nothingness, and cracks appeared in the space. This fingerprint was enough to make anyone who saw it tremble with fear, their hair standing on end. The terrifying pressure and energy caused all living beings to tremble in fear. Anyone who came in contact with it would most likely be annihilated on the spot. Du Xiaofu's body was covered with purple lightning. He stared at the finger of destruction. At this moment there was no way he could avoid it. This finger condensed the heaven and earth anomaly. There was no way he could avoid it. Do you think you are the heavens? Break your grandmother's bear. With a thunderous shout, Du Xiaofu made his move. His figure continued to move as fast as lightning. He raised his arm and punched towards the finger. This was a direct confrontation, a forceful clash. In the next instant, the fingerprint swept into Du Xiaofu's fist and disappeared. Roar! Du Xiaofu's fist carried the sound of a dragon's roar and an elephant's cry. Accompanied by the power of thunder, it also heavily bombarded Qin Wudi's chest, who was also unable to dodge. Bang! Qin Wudi's chest exploded. The runes shattered. The heaven and earth anomaly trembled. A mouthful of blood immediately spilled out from his mouth. Bang bang bang. But at the same time, Du Xiaofu's right palm, starting from his palm all the way to his arm, suddenly shattered inch by inch, turning into a bloody mist. The sleeve of his battle robe turned into ashes, and his right arm turned into a bloody mist as well. Rock Chaos Shattering Claw. His right arm shattered inch by inch, but Du Xiaofu did not retreat. He was completely fearless. He stomped his feet and stabilized his body in the air. His black hair was scattered, and his eyes were suffused with a purple-gold color. He stared at Qin Wudi from a short distance and waved his left arm. Golden light overflowed and a rock screeched. A claw grabbed at Qin Wudi from a short distance. That terrifying supreme beast energy caused the void to shatter. Courting death. Qin Wudi shouted and immediately reacted. He emitted an invincible aura as he coldly stared at Du Xiaofu. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. Carrying the heaven and earth anomaly, he directly punched towards Du Xiaofu's claw. Bang! The sudden collision was as fast as lightning. It emitted a resplendent light that illuminated the turbulent void. In that instant, the two individuals' surroundings collapsed, the radiance shattered, making all of the creatures who were fighting in the distant skies shiver inwardly, greatly affected. Qin Wudi's fist cracked under the claw, revealing blood. It was difficult to heal, and blood once again flowed out of his mouth. However, Du Xiaofu's claw once again crumbled inch by inch under Qin Wudi's heaven and earth momentum amidst the endless bang-bang sounds. It broke off at the shoulder and turned into a bloody mist. Deng-deng, the void surged, and the two of them retreated at the same time. Jia, brat, you are no longer my opponent. Qin Wudi wiped the blood from his mouth. Although he was injured again, he was incomparably happy. Compared to that little bastard, his injuries were only minor. What makes you think you can fight me again? Qin Wudi's laughter was like thunder. That little bastard had lost both his arms, how could he fight him again? Both of his arms crumbled inch by inch. That was a heavy injury. Even if he had the chance to find those elixirs after leaving this place, it would be useless. His bones were shattered, and there was no way to recover them. Those legendary elixirs would not be able to recover. Not good. This scene caused many people to cry out in alarm. They saw that Du Xiaofu's arms were broken. He was seriously injured. Mo Runan, Zhou Xiaoluo, and the others frowned. Su Muxin, Qi Yeshi, Dai Xingyu, and the others who were in the midst of the fierce battle also frowned. Brother Du Xiaojing's eyes were trembling. Divine light surged in her eyes, and she was about to fly away. Suddenly, Du Xiaojing stopped and looked at Du Xiaofu's broken arms. She felt something, and strange purple electric arcs gushed out from there. Is this all you've got? Du Xiaofu spoke. Both of his arms were broken, but at this moment there was a faint sneer on his face. Then, under countless horrified gazes, the bloody mist in the surroundings did not disperse, but gathered again. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, purple electric arcs rippled on Du Xiaofu's severed shoulders. Walala, then, under everyone's trembling gazes, Du Xiaofu's broken arms recovered perfectly. His bare arms were emitting a purple-gold color, and electric arcs were fluctuating. How could this be? Someone exclaimed. Zhou Xiaoluo, Mo Runan, and the others were shocked. How could his broken arms recover like this? It was shocking. On the stone platform in the square, Moksha raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu's recovered arms. Only he was not moved. Continue. After his broken arms recovered, Du Xiaofu did not stop. The thunder martial vein in his body was activated, and the qi of execution spread out. It was not austere, but it showed the majesty of creation. It showed the righteousness of heaven and earth. In the vast sky, it carried the power to punish all living things and directly pounced on Qin Wudi. In the midst of the shock, Qin Wudi attacked again. Dazzling runes gushed out, and violent energy poured out from his body. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, twisting the void of this side of the world, as if he was controlling the world. Buzz! From high up in the sky, the vision of heaven and earth rotated, turning the world upside down and turning into a resplendent saber. The saber slashed the space with unparalleled power, and a terrifying power descended from the 9 heavens, directly slashing towards Du Xiaofu. Invincible great momentum slash! Qin Wudi shouted loudly. This slash was accompanied by a vision of heaven and earth. The space around the saber was filled with pitch-black cracks, revealing a heart-palpitating pitch-black light. It caused the sky to collapse and the void to explode, emitting a dazzling light. Invincible great momentum slash! This is Qin Wudi's invincible skill 30 years ago. It is enough to kill opponents of a higher realm and sweep away those of the same generation. No one can be his opponent. The old and middle-aged people in the crowd below could not help but exclaim in shock. Qin Wudi's invincible great momentum slash was enough to destroy everything. It revealed a terrifying power of heaven and earth. Chapter 1676. Swish! The blade aura fell and cut through the void, coming down directly from Du Xiaofu's shoulder. Boom! With a loud sound, Du Xiaofu's fist landed on Qin Wudi's chest. Purple gold lightning surged out from his fist and swept across the sky. The surrounding electric arcs scattered, and the purple gold electric arcs intertwined with each other. The power was unbelievable. Ka. Under the power of the life executioner, Qin Wudi's chest defense was shattered. His chest cracked and blood gushed out. That was the blood of a sovereign. It was condensed and filled with astonishing power. White bones and flesh could be seen in the void. It was a shocking sight. However, Qin Wudi wasn't dead. He wouldn't be killed so easily. Blood gushed out from his mouth as he looked at Du Xiaofu with a cruel sneer. Kaka under Qin Wudi's gaze, a saber light shot out from Du Xiaofu's body starting from his shoulder. He was cut open by the saber and then turned into a bloody mist under countless gazes. Bang bang, Du Xiaofu's body exploded, turning into a bloody mist in the void. At this moment, as Du Xiaofu activated his thunder martial vein, lightning began to fluctuate in Du Xiaojing's body. It was as if something was about to burst out. Divine light fluctuated, and his hair danced in the wind. At this moment, Du Xiaojing's blood was boiling. His internal organs, bones, muscles, and marrow seemed to be awakening and wanting to burst out. However, not many people noticed this. Kiki, you're still not dead? Little bastard, you're still not my opponent. Qin Wudi's hair was disheveled, and his chest was covered in blood. His anger was filled with malevolence and cruelty. His ear-piercing voice echoed in the void. You think you can kill me? At the same time as Qin Wudi's ear-piercing voice rang out, Du Xiaofu's voice rang out from within the blood mist that did not dissipate. Within the blood mist, a ray of light soared into the sky, and in an instant, purple electric arcs overflowed. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, and before Qi Yeshi, Su Muxin, and the others could even react, Du Xiaofu's figure condensed once again from the blood mist. In an instant, he turned into a bolt of purple lightning and directly charged at the terrified Qin Wudi. He fiercely punched out, hitting Qin Wudi's shattered chest. This was too sudden, causing Qin Wudi to be completely horrified. He didn't have time to react. However, Qin Wudi was not a weakling. In his shock, he instinctively dodged. Chi! It was just that Qin Wudi managed to avoid his chest, but Du Xiaofu's punch was too fast and landed on his shoulder. Boom! With a loud bang, the resplendent purple-gold lightning swept across the sky, and Qin Wudi was sent flying. Under the power of the execution of all lives, Qin Wudi's shoulder cracked, his bones broke, and his flesh and blood splattered everywhere. As the number one person of the previous generation of legalism, and even one of the 3 strongest people in tens of thousands of years, at this moment, Qin Wudi was sent flying in front of everyone's eyes. His hair was covered in purple-gold electric arcs, and electric arcs crackled on his body. This was the aftermath of Du Xiaofu's punch. Pucci, Qin Wudi vomited blood again. His injuries were already very serious, but what made Qin Wudi even more serious was the fear and shock in his heart. Staring at Du Xiaofu from afar, Qin Wudi felt as if he had seen a ghost. He was completely unable to accept the scene in front of him. In midair, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared. The purple robe on his body had been shattered by the blade, and could only barely cover his body. However, his body had recovered to its original state. It was sparkling and translucent with a purple-gold color, emitting an unparalleled feeling of power. Oh my God! What kind of body is this? It can't be killed. It was clearly shattered, but his body can recover again. This is too terrifying. Qin Wudi's invincible momentum couldn't shatter his body. Is the Demon King Du Xiaofu still a human? The living beings in this square began to boil violently. Their eyes were trembling, and they were in disbelief. In the distant void, at this moment, Gongsun Wuji and Du Tingshuan's battle was not inferior to that of Du Xiaofu and Qin Wudi at all. Raging flames surged in the sky, and the flames swept across like lava. Lightning constantly exploded, and it was incomparably chaotic and intense. However, Du Xiaofu's shock attracted almost everyone's attention. At this moment, Gongsun Wuji, who was fighting with Du Tingxian in the distant sky, also saw the inconceivable scene on Du Xiaofu's body from the corner of his eyes. He was also shocked, and this shock even affected his strength greatly. This is impossible. It's definitely impossible. Qin Wudi shook his head. He was unwilling to believe what he had seen. He had clearly shattered the person, so how could he be unharmed in an instant? Are you in despair? With your strength, even if I don't fight back, you can't kill me. The number one person of legalism 30 years ago is really weak. Du Xiaofu soared into the sky and walked towards Qin Wudi step by step. In the void, Qin Wudi's thunder martial vein was covered in Qin Wudi's magic power, and he ran amok. Du Xiaofu's hatred for legalism couldn't be resolved. At this moment, he wanted to use the most powerful method to kill Qin Wudi. It was as if he wanted to destroy everything that legalism was proud of in front of everyone. Du Xiaofu wanted to take revenge for what legalism had done to him 100 times over. This was his anger, and also the price that legalism had to pay. No, there's no one in this world that can't be killed. It's just an evil technique, Qin Wudi said coldly with a sinister expression. He formed a seal with his hand and activated his vain spirit. Amidst the resplendent mysterious runes, a dark penetrating grass appeared. His vain spirit was a dark penetrating grass that came from legalism's elder Ming. In an instant, the dark penetrating grass was released. Could purify all evil and purify the world. A vast and mighty pressure permeated through the void. Vain spirit. As Du Xiaofu's cold voice fell, a silver-gold lightning arc shot out from between his eyebrows. In an instant, it released a violent and destructive pressure. A redbone horse monkey roared and rushed out. Ao, a true supreme pressure suddenly descended. The redbone horse monkey rushed out, bringing along silver-gold lightning that filled the sky. This was Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit, the red-bone horse monkey. It contained the vain spirit, 3 types of spiritual lightning, and the mysterious aura of the spiritual root. This kind of vain spirit, it was impossible to find a second one in this world. When the red-bone horse monkey appeared, it was accompanied by the supreme pressure. Countless silver-gold lightning filled the air and poured down in all directions, resplendent in the sky. Rumble, when the red-bone horse monkey appeared in the void, it suddenly shocked everyone. Thunder rumbled in all directions as if it was going to destroy the world. At this moment, Moksha's eyes also rippled. He was even more shocked than when he saw Du Xiaofu's immortal Xian body. Is that Du Xiaofu's vain spirit? The red-bone horse monkey, it seems to contain the aura of spiritual lightning. The gazes of the people in the square below were all trembling. Ao! The red-bone horse monkey made its move. Amidst the lightning and thunder, it exploded with mysterious runes that directly traversed the void. The silver-gold lightning spread out, making people feel as if they were facing a true supreme that could not be resisted. Then, under everyone's stunned gazes, a shocking scene appeared in the sky. Qin Wudi activated the profound insight grass vein spirit, and the red-bone horse monkey directly stuffed it into its mouth and swallowed it. Then, it turned into a silver-gold lightning arc and disappeared between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows. How shocking was that? Pfff, Qin Wudi spat out blood again and again. His eyes were filled with horror. A terrifying power surged out from his body. Golden light overflowed and dragon roars sounded out. It turned into a giant golden dragon that was condensed from the Imperial Palace's dragon chi. Oh! The golden dragon's shadow roared ferociously. It made people feel a majestic aura crushing down, wanting to make people crawl. This golden dragon's shadow had an indescribable pressure. It was connected to the 4 symbols and pulled in all directions, causing the Xian Qi in people to stagnate. When Qin Wudi was 5 years old, he concealed his identity and became the human emperor in the outside world. He obtained the Imperial Palace's dragon chi, collected by legalism to nourish his body and forge the foundation of his soul. This is one of Qin Wudi's greatest reliance. An old man who understood Qin Wudi spoke. The Imperial Palace's dragon chi is gathered from the dragon veins. The monarch of the mortal world has the protection of the Imperial Palace's dragon chi and can cultivate the emperor's law. Not to mention an existence like Qin Wudi. With the Imperial Palace's dragon chi protecting him, he is like a tiger that has grown wings. On the square, an old man sighed. Even if it was the dragons, phoenixes, and the people of the 9 great clans, only the most talented people could truly obtain the Imperial Palace's dragon chi. Ordinary disciples could only use the Imperial Palace's dragon chi to temper themselves. As for Qin Wudi, he was an existence that directly obtained the Imperial Palace's dragon chi. Moreover, he obtained the Imperial Palace's dragon chi collected by legalism. The benefits could be imagined. Only an existence like Qin Wudi was worthy of the Imperial Palace's dragon chi that legalism spent so much effort to collect. Oh. Qin Wudi activated the Imperial Palace's dragon chi and turned it into a golden dragon. The dragon's roar shook the clouds and distorted the void. It seemed to contain the power of eternity. The momentum was earth-shattering as it swept towards Du Xiaofu. The terrifying Imperial Palace's dragon chi made people feel uneasy. The Imperial Palace's dragon chi carried the momentum of heaven and earth. It had nothing to do with one's strength. The misty Imperial Palace's dragon chi surged with endless auspicious light. The terrifying golden dragon's roar rumbled as it covered the sky and shattered the void. In an instant it suppressed Du Xiaofu. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu slightly raised his head and looked at the roaring golden dragon's shadow. He did not dodge or retreat. Instead, he advanced and strode forward. As Du Xiaofu strode forward, a golden light swept out from his body. A mysterious and mighty force swept through the surrounding space, making him incomparably domineering and looking down on all directions. Facing the Imperial Palace's dragon Qi, Du Xiaofu was not afraid. At this moment, Du Xiaofu inexplicably felt that he was not afraid of the golden dragon's shadow at all. Du Xiaofu clearly remembered that after comprehending the 8 trigrams diagram, that mysterious feeling appeared more and more obvious. Chapter 1677. Roar! In an instant, that ferocious golden dragon swept in front of Du Xiaofu. That ferocious dragon head was like a small star standing in front of Du Xiaofu. A terrifying aura swept in all directions and rushed into the sky. However, it was also at this moment that the ferocious and roaring golden dragon suddenly revealed a look of fear as it looked at Du Xiaofu. In the end, it actually prostrated itself before Du Xiaofu under the stunned gazes of everyone present. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air, crossing the void with a single step before landing on top of the golden dragon's head without moving an inch. Impact. Around Du Xiaofu's body, there was an indescribable mighty force that swept and spread out. This mighty force far surpassed the Imperial Palace's dragon Qi and came from the depths of heaven and earth. This mighty force's aura was sharper than that of a heaven's pride and gentler than that of a supreme being. But compared to a heaven's pride and a supreme being, its aura was not inferior at all. Heavens, what's going on? The gazes of the entire square trembled. The golden dragon formed by Qin Wudi's Imperial Palace's dragon Qi was actually crawling in front of Du Xiaofu at this moment. The Imperial Palace's dragon Qi gathered the power of heaven and earth. Not to mention mortals, even those with heavenly cultivation would be suppressed and have to revere it. Even the experts of the 9 great clans would not dare to be arrogant when facing those human emperors in the Imperial Palace. Only a supreme being could be compared to the Imperial Palace's dragon Qi. But a Nirvana supreme being was not a true supreme being. It was just a Nirvana supreme being. They were walking on the path of becoming a supreme being. For example, all kinds of dragons, mixed blood dragons, and even the current dragons. Although they were dragons, they were not true dragons. They were only walking on the path of true dragons and had the opportunity to transform into true dragons. Rumor has it that the Imperial Palace's dragon Qi is the most hierarchical. It comes from heaven and earth and is also controlled by heaven and earth. In front of gods, sages, and supreme beings, it will submit. Could it be that this demon king Du Xiaofu is a true supreme being? Or is he a god or a sage? In the square, many old people's eyes trembled as they recalled some ancient legends. A god descending is impossible, that's just a legend. It's also impossible for a sage. Rumor has it that after the 100 schools of thought, no more sages were born, and after so many years, only ancient 9 great clans remained. An old woman spoke while trembling. Supreme being, could be, Du Xiaofu is a true supreme being? Someone's eyes. Could it be that the demon was a true supreme being, a supreme being? Even Zhou Xiaolu, Mo, and Lian Li of Li An of the. At this moment, Qin Wudi was even more shocked. He realized that the Imperial Palace's dragon Qi that he had activated was completely suppressed by the terrifying Qi on Du Xiaofu's body. Nirvana's dragons Shou's. Dragons of the dragon do. Swallow. There was a smile in Du Xiaofu's eyes. He opened his mouth and took a deep breath. The talisman runes in his mouth glowed brightly, and the densely packed hair on his body seemed to have come alive. Everything formed a huge devouring force, and directly devoured the Imperial Palace's dragon aura that covered the sky and earth into his body. Qin Wudi's face twitched. The dragon Qi was collected by legalism for tens of thousands of years. It was much more valuable than a saint weapon, but he didn't expect that the dragon Qi would be swallowed by Du Xiaofu. More importantly, he found that he couldn't even stop it. "Little bastard, I'll never let you go." The cold yell was ear-piercing. Above Qin Wudi's head, 9 divine rings appeared. Unparalleled heavenly might surged, and divine light surged. Even the blood on his shoulder and chest were slowly recovering. Qin Wudi is also a Nirvana Grand Supreme Being, someone exclaimed. However, after seeing several Nirvana Grand Supreme Beings, the living beings present were used to it and weren't too shocked. However, the living beings in the surroundings were all resisting the terrifying pressure with all their might. No wonder legalism gave up on the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. They have Qin Wudi, so they are naturally more at ease than the Demon King. Rumor has it that there's a hidden person in legalism who is protected by legalism. He's even regarded as the hope to surpass Qin Wudi. Among the crowd in the square, there were Taoist and Confucian old men whispering, "Little bastard, Nirvana Grand Supreme Being? I stepped into it 25 years ago. You're still too young." Qin Wudi stepped into the air. At this moment, it was as if he was crossing time and space. 9 divine rings appeared in the sky, and the sound of the heavens resounded. It was like thousands of thunderbolts, clanging and shaking the 9 heavens. Golden light descended from the sky, and a mysterious force seeped out from the heavens and earth. In the end, it gathered and enveloped Qin Wudi's body, suppressing all living beings. He was a Nirvana Grand Supreme Being. Until now, legalism had been hiding, and no news had been leaked. It was all for the sake of waiting for the last opening of the divine domain. Qin Wudi had never thought that he would need to use the full strength of a Grand Supreme Being to deal with a junior, and this little bastard in front of him. However, at this moment, he knew that he could only use his full strength to kill this kid whose wings were gradually growing. Nirvana Grand Supreme Being, huh? Du Xiaofu looked at Qin Wudi, and 9 divine rings appeared in the sky above his head. Rumble, in an instant, the sound of the heavens resounded in the surrounding space. The terrifying pressure caused the world to rumble, as if countless heavenly drums were beating at the same time. It shook the hearts of all living beings, and they were all stunned. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that the 9 divine rings above Du Xiaofu's head were even more dazzling than the 9 divine rings above Qin Wudi's head. However, at this moment, when Du Xiaofu also used the power of a Grand Supreme Being, the pressure of 2 Grand Supreme Beings descended, and all the living beings in the square prostrated themselves in fear. Kill. Qin Wudi opened his eyes, and the divine light tore through the void. The 2 of them had already reached the final step, and their figures soared into the sky. Kill. Du Xiaofu shouted and soared into the sky. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of purple-gold lightning swept out. It was as if 10,000 thunders were roaring at the same time, clanging and shaking the 9 heavens. At this moment, the 2 of them used the power of a Grand Supreme Being, causing the people below to be unable to take their eyes off of them. They were dazzled, and their minds were trembling. Heavenly Tao, Human Tao, Supreme Dharma Idol. Qin Wudi punched out, and the heaven and earth trembled. It carried the power of a Grand Supreme Being, and it could make the sky and earth spin. Du Xiaofu's incarnation, purple gold lightning wreaked havoc, and the power of a Grand Supreme Being surged. It turned into a purple-gold thunder rock that stood in the void. It flapped its wings and soared into the sky, causing the void to explode. Rumble, the sky rumbled and the void sank. The huge purple-gold thunder rock was shattered inch by inch in front of Qin Wudi. That terrifying power made the people below want to kneel down and worship it. However, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Qin Wudi, and the purple-gold claw grabbed Qin Wudi's right shoulder. He fiercely exerted force, and the power of a Grand Supreme Being surged, destroying the defense and tearing off the shoulder. Immediately, a rain of blood spurted out. "Little bastard, die!" Qin Wudi shouted in a cold and ear-piercing voice. He spat out blood from his mouth, and his face was ferocious. In a flash, his right fist carried the power of a Grand Supreme Being and directly smashed onto Du Xiaofu's head. Boom! This fist shook the 9 heavens, and it contained the power of a grand supreme being. Legalism's supreme secret technique was used. Qin Wudi would rather have one of his arms severed to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Du Xiaofu. And the reality was just as Qin Wudi expected. His full-strength attack shattered the space, and also shattered Du Xiaofu's head, turning Du Xiaofu's head into a mist of blood. Jie, you're still not dead? Little bastard, can you still live? Inside the drama, Qin Wudi laughed with bright red blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. His broken arm was bleeding profusely. His smile was sinister and cruel as he loudly said, "Fourth sister, I killed your son. This is what you owe me, this is what you owe the school of legalism." Chi, suddenly, a strange lotus flower spun out from Du Xiaofu's shattered head. On top of this strange lotus flower, a red-bone horse-ape appeared. Silver gold lightning overflowed, and a special rune light appeared in its eyes. This kind of rune light instantly made Qin Wudi's eyes turn sluggish. Then, under Qin Wudi's sluggish gaze, he saw Du Xiaofu's head, which was shattered by him, instantly recover in a flash. Purple gold lightning fluctuated, and it recovered to its original state. Du Xiaofu attacked at the same time, and his fist landed on Qin Wudi's right shoulder, who was still struggling sluggishly. Boom! The Grand Supreme Being's power erupted, and purple gold lightning bloomed. The overbearing aura was incomparable. Bang! In an instant, Qin Wudi's shoulder, which was still struggling, exploded. Du Xiaofu's fist directly exploded Qin Wudi's shoulder, and his arm exploded. His shoulder was badly mutilated, and white bones could be seen. His hair was dyed red with blood. Ah! Qin Wudi screamed. Finally, his eyes were no longer sluggish, but it was too late. He couldn't be like Du Xiaofu, whose body was indestructible. Both of his arms were severed, and blood flowed endlessly. The intense pain made Qin Wudi scream uncontrollably. The most important thing was the shock and despair in his heart. Even his head was shattered, but Du Xiaofu was still able to recover, as if he had an immortal body. How could he not be shocked? He had even reached the point of despair. Legalism, you made my family unable to reunite, so I'll destroy your legalism, Du Xiaofu sneered. In the void, purple gold lightning bloomed and sword light surged. The overbearing killing intent shocked everyone in the square. Whoosh! A purple gold lightning-like sword light, wrapped in the Grand Supreme Being's power, cut through the void and slashed at Qin Wudi's knees. Swish! A peerless, overbearing sword chi was released, accompanied by the Grand Supreme Being's power. Torrential killing intent swept out, and Qin Wudi's knees were severed, and blood splattered across the void. Ah! Qin Wudi's miserable voice pierced through the void. It couldn't be covered by the muffled sound of thunder, causing everyone who heard it to tremble in fear. At this moment, both of Qin Wudi's arms and legs were severed, and blood flowed like water. He had turned into a bloody stick. Oh my God! Everyone in the square felt their blood run cold, and their eyes were lifeless. At this moment, they finally knew how the name of the ferocious Demon King came about. Now, are you in despair? Du Xiaofu held the purple gold heavenly fault in his hand. Purple gold lightning surged in his eyes as he stared at Qin Wudi, whose arms and legs were severed. His lips curled into a sinister smile, and his expression was cold. Chapter 1678. Qin Wudi's eyes were trembling with fear and despair. He was the #1 expert of the previous generation of legalism, a nirvana grand supremacy, an invincible existence that swept through his peers. However, this was the first time Qin Wudi felt such despair and fear. At this moment, not only was he terrified of Du Xiaofu's strength, but he was also in despair for the unkillable Demon King. Even if his head was shattered, it was useless. What else could he do? Wudi! Third uncle. At this moment, the disciples of legalism who were besieged also felt despair and fear. They could only watch as their invincible existence, a nirvana grand supremacy, Qin Wudi, was ravaged by Du Xiaofu and turned into a human stick. For the people of legalism, it was as if their hope was shattered and their last bit of pride was shattered. On the square, Kong Sansi, Su Yangzi, and the others, including Mo Runan and Zhou Xiaoluo, were all trembling violently. That ferocious man, even though he was so far away, made them feel uneasy at this moment. "Little bastard, even if I die, I won't let you go. Just consider it a release. You can accompany me in death." Qin Wudi, an invincible and peerless man, was in a deranged state at this moment. At this moment, Qin Wudi had already collapsed. His body was swelling, blood was spilling out, and dazzling runes were blooming. Not good, Qin Wudi wants to self-destruct. Kong Sansi, Su Yangzi, and the others frowned. A peerless and invincible existence of a generation was actually going to self-destruct. If a Nirvana Realm Grand Supreme Nirvana Realm Cultivator at the peak of Nirvana Realm were to explode at this moment, it would definitely not be a joke. It would be a destructive power. You want to self-destruct? It's too late. You should have self-destructed in the beginning. A faint voice resounded. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared beside Qin Wudi like a ghost with a ruthless smile on his face. Qin Wudi was shocked. He clearly saw Du Xiaofu's figure in front of him. From the corner of his eyes, he glanced at Du Xiaofu's position and saw an afterimage slowly disappearing. Qi La, several talisman runes formed a seal and landed on Qin Wudi's body in an instant. Du Xiaofu had directly sealed him away. The resplendent runes around Qin Wudi's body quietly extinguished, and his eyes were lifeless. Du Xiaofu was in the sky, and the heavenly palace of purple gold was restrained. He directly lifted Qin Wudi, and his figure traversed the void. He directly charged into the legalism formation like lightning. At this moment, the legalism's formation had long been broken apart by all sides. Many legalism disciples were killed one after another. The remaining legalism disciples were being besieged by all sides, and they were all fighting for their lives. Meridian souls, martial veins, spiritual cauldrons, talisman cauldrons, and other treasures flew about as their might tore through space. However, at this moment, the remaining disciples of legalism were unable to endure the attacks from all sides, and they cried out incessantly. Coupled with the fact that Qin Wudi had been ravaged, this was undoubtedly a huge blow to the legalism disciples who were fighting for their lives. Legalism, don't leave a single one alive. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared, and he carried Qin Wudi as if he was carrying a short stick. He charged into the midst of the legalism disciples and swung him around. Bang, bang, bang! Du Xiaofu used Qin Wudi's body as a weapon, and he rampaged through, smashing the resplendent meridian souls and directly confronting the treasures. He shattered the void, and in an instant, several legalism elders were smashed into a bloody mist under their horrified gazes. One had to admit that Qin Wudi's nirvana physique was much stronger than ordinary magical treasures. Only Du Xiaofu would be able to destroy it like that. However, Qin Wudi's body was being used as a stick by Du Xiaofu, and he swept through everything in his way, destroying everything. The restricted Qin Wudi's hair was in a mess, and his mouth was dripping with blood. However, he was unable to move or resist. His eyes were filled with despair and resentment, but he was powerless to struggle. He couldn't even die. Du Xiaofu, the heavens won't let you off for being so vicious and savage. A legalism elder shouted in horror. His eyes were blood-red, and it seemed as if they could spit out fire. Compared to your legalism, I'm vicious and savage. I'm afraid I can't even compare to your legalism, Du Xiaofu coldly shouted. His gaze was emotionless as he threw Qin Wudi in his hand like a sandbag. The old man from the legalism school who had spoken was only at the initial martial domain realm in the divine domain, so he was instantly crushed into meat paste. Du Xiaofu, no matter what, Qin Wudi is still your third uncle. You're disobeying your superiors, and will suffer the wrath of the heavens. A legalism elder coldly shouted with resentment. When you treated me like that, weren't you afraid of the wrath of the heavens? When he wanted to kill me, weren't you afraid of the wrath of the heavens? If there's a wrath of the heavens, I'll go against it. Du Xiaofu's shout was like thunder. He swung Qin Wudi's body and smashed it fiercely, smashing that legalism elder into a bloody mist. The legalism disciples were already in a miserable state from being besieged. At this moment, with Du Xiaofu's sudden interruption, they were immediately no match for him. Their hearts and souls were already trembling. Run, quickly run. There were already people running away, but at this moment they couldn't escape. Miserable screams rang out one after another as they suffered a bloody calamity. Xiaojing, quickly attack and kill that demon king. Xiaojing, you're a legalism person. You've been trained by legalism since you were young. Quickly attack. Some legalism elders cried out in grief. They thought of their last hope and looked towards Du Xiaojing, hoping that he would take action. At this moment, if there was still a chance to turn things around and someone could kill the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, then these legalism elders were very clear that only Du Xiaojing would be able to turn the tide. Buzz, however, at this moment, when these legalism elders were shouting for Du Xiaofu, they discovered that not far away in the void, Du Xiaojing's body was covered in purple arcs of lightning. His entire body seemed to be wrapped in a purple thunderball. There was some kind of aura awakening, and they simply couldn't hear their words. Die! Du Xiaofu raised Qin Wudi in his hand and violently swung it. It was like a peerless, vicious beast soaring through the sky. Immediately, these legalism elders were all smashed into meat paste and their bodies exploded. Savage, too savage. This guy is even more ferocious than before. He hates legalism, It seems like the rumors were not wrong. The legalism has angered him, so they must have done something crazy to him. The gazes from all sides of the square were trembling. The experts from the major powers and the beast races felt their blood run cold as they secretly took in breaths of cold air. What a pitiful Qin Wudi! Everyone looked at the Demon King using Qin Wudi as a staff in the void, causing a bloody mist to scatter in all directions. Their hearts were also palpitating with fear. However, at this time, when the people from the major clans saw the Thunder Spike, Dragon Shadow Phoenix Whip, Buddha Shadow Beads, Evil Warding Yin Yang Chain, Limitless Glorious Star Spear, Mystic Radiance Void Sword, and Taihang Mountain being activated by Little Tiger, Du Xiaoman, Silver Winged Demonic Condor, Du Xiaoqing, Ghost Chariot, Yi Zijin, General, and the others. A large number of people from the School of Legalism and the School of Vertical and Horizontal were feeling very complicated. There was also a hint of helplessness and a faint ache in their hearts. Whoosh, in the outside world, on the Chunhuang mainland, although there were still people being brought out by the life-saving talismans, the number of people brought out by the life-saving talismans was decreasing by the day. Whoosh whoosh, no one knew when it started, but many people were brought out by the life-saving talismans from the divine domain. They seemed to be people from the Desolate Nation, School of Inyang, School of Farmer, and School of Mo. Some sharp-eyed people immediately noticed that the people brought out by the life-saving talismans were all disciples from the Desolate Nation, School of Inyang, School of Farmer, and School of Farmer. The people from the School of Legalism, School of Vertical and Horizontal, and Dragons smiled. The people brought out by the life-saving talismans were all their enemies. On the other hand, there wasn't a single legalism, School of Vertical and Horizontal, and Dragons. This made the people from the School of Legalism, School of Vertical and Horizontal, and the Dragon clan speculate that perhaps the three great clans had set up a sure-kill situation. Right now, the people from the Desolate Country, School of Inyang, and School of Mo were no match for them. That's strange. I remember that guy was brought out by the life-saving talisman once. Why is he out again? Soon after, Some people realized that many of the disciples from the school of Yin-Yang and Desolate Nation who were brought out by the life-saving talismans had been brought out by the life-saving talismans before. There were even a few people who were brought out by the life-saving talismans just a while ago. The life-saving talismans could only be used once. Now that these people had appeared again, everyone couldn't help but be surprised and puzzled. The experts from the school of legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons had also noticed this. The memories of these experts definitely wouldn't be wrong. Some of them had already been protected by the life-saving talismans once before. Now that they had appeared again, they couldn't help but be puzzled. And these people who were brought out by the life-saving talismans were the disciples from the school of Moism, Desolate Nation, and school of Yin-Yang, who had been killed in the Supreme Tomb Square. Facing the school of legalism, school of Yin-Yang and dragons, they fought back with all their might. Some people even chose to self-destruct after fighting with demonic beasts to the extreme. Therefore, those who were unlucky would also be killed. However, they had the life-saving talismans. As for the disciples from the school of legalism, school of Yin-Yang, dragons, and other demonic beasts, if they died, they would truly die. They were killed once again. Looking down, they said to the experts and elders of their respective families, "We're fine. Don't worry." With that, they continued to rush into the Supreme Tomb space without hesitation. The Supreme Tomb was about to open. They still had to rush into the Supreme Tomb. They didn't want to miss out on the greatest opportunity. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough time. As for the school of legalism, dragons, and school of vertical and horizontal, the disciples from the school of Yin-Yang, Desolate Nation, and school of vertical and horizontal didn't care at all. They knew that once those old fellows knew the truth, they wouldn't even be able to cry even if they wanted to. Legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, dragons, if you're secretly happy, then you'll have the time to cry. Du Hao's figure appeared on the Chen Huang mainland. He was killed by the self-destruction of two people from the legalism. Looking down at the school of legalism, dragons, and school of vertical and horizontal, he couldn't help but curse. Then, he directly rushed into the Supreme Tomb space. Chapter 1679. Little Bastard. Legalism. Some experts from the school of vertical and horizontal cursed, but there was nothing they could do. Du Hao had already returned to the divine dominion. There seems to be a situation. Old Man Di Pai, Old Monster Xing Hun, and Icy Ink looked at each other and exchanged glances. They seemed to have sensed that there was something going on. Just when everyone was puzzled, the divine dominion fluctuated. Ancient runes fluctuated and radiated brilliance. Finally, under the gazes of the crowd, a familiar figure appeared. A man with tattered clothes that could barely cover his body appeared in the sky. His hair was disheveled, and he looked as though he had just crawled out from a beggar's nest. Swish, swish, however, when this man appeared, the figures in the sky above the Chen Huang mainland all trembled as their gazes turned towards him. Because this man who looked disheveled was none other than Du Xiaofu. At this moment, although Du Xiaofu looked disheveled, purple gold lightning surged in his eyes when he opened and closed them. He was also holding a bloody thing with disheveled hair in his hand. "It's Du Xiaofu. The Demon King has appeared again." Everyone exclaimed and subconsciously looked at the thing in Du Xiaofu's hand. "It looks like a person," someone was puzzled. That bloody thing was obviously a person, but it was chopped into a human stick. How ruthless. This Du Xiaofu must have been done by the Demon King. The experts in the Chen Huang mainland clicked their tongues. When the people below saw it clearly, they gasped. "Legalism, old fogies, do you know who he is?" Du Xiaofu was in the sky with ancient runes wrapped around his body. He appeared on the Chen Huang mainland at the edge of the divine dominion and waved the Qin Wudi in his hand at the legalism people. It looks like all the legalism supporters felt their hearts tighten. Ever since Du Xiaofu appeared, they already had a bad premonition. Oh no, that's Woody. He fell into Du Xiaofu's hands and had his limbs chopped off. Upon closer inspection, the legalism players immediately realized that the person in Du Xiaofu's hands was none other than Qin Wudi, whom they had almost failed to recognize. Invincible Qin, the invincible Qin from 30 years ago? Shua shua. At this moment, the gazes of many people on the Chunhuang mainland were trembling. Many old and weathered faces stared at Du Xiaofu's hand. Not many people in the younger generation knew of Qin Wudi's name, but many people from the older generation were very clear in their hearts. Back then, in order to find Qin Wudi, the various forces had secretly inquired about Qin Wudi and knew what kind of terrifying existence Qin Wudi was. Du Xiaofu, what are you trying to do? In an instant, many old people in the legalism camp shouted loudly. However, looking at Qin Wudi's current appearance, they began to feel uneasy in the depths of their hearts. They were afraid. This was the thing they feared the most, and the thing they didn't want to happen the most. Du Xiaofu looked at the twitching faces of the legalists. His lips curled into a faint sneer like a cat toying with a mouse. It was a form of mockery. He asked softly, "Are you afraid? Bastard, you'll come out one day. Brat, haven't you thought about the day you'll come out?" Li Chunfa, Qin Tianshi, and the others shouted. At this moment, their eyes suddenly changed color. Qin Wudi was the hope of legalism. He was an invincible genius. If he died, they couldn't afford to pay the price. Invincible Qin, great supreme nirvana, peak nirvana of true self, invincible. Is this what you legalism rely on to kill me in the divine domain? As Du Xiaofu's mocking voice fell, his expression suddenly turned gloomy, a chill gushed out, and killing intent shot out from his eyes. Legalism, this is your retribution, this is the price you have to pay. When his voice fell, the killing intent in Du Xiaofu's eyes overflowed. He clenched his fist, and the space in his palm was crushed. Qin Wudi's body, which was already in a daze, was instantly crushed. It crumbled inch by inch and turned into a rain of blood that sprinkled in the air. Walala, the Supreme Being's blood that filled the sky didn't scatter, instead turning into a resplendent bloody light. Qin Wudi, such a heavenly genius with an invincible demeanor, had his brilliance completely extinguished in this world. Don't. No, roars echoed one after another. Many elders of legalism cried out mournfully, heart-wrenching and lung-splitting, shaking the void. Is our school of legalism going to lose its momentum? That little bastard is so vicious, he wants to cut off my legalism's luck. When they saw Qin Wudi's body turning into a bloody mist, the eyes of legalism were already bloodshot. Many elders were trembling as they cried out in grief. A supreme nirvana expert, or a great supreme nirvana expert, legalism had always been hiding, hoping to gain the upper hand in this last divine domain, so as to prevent others from knowing the enemy as well as themselves. Even if Du Xiaofu appeared in legalism and a great supreme nirvana expert shocked the world, legalism still decided to learn the secrets from Du Xiaofu, even if it would cause Du Xiaofu's dissatisfaction. All of this was because legalism also had a great supreme nirvana expert, and their own great supreme nirvana expert was naturally the best choice. When Honingma was killed, legalism was already crying out in grief. However, legalism was still thinking that Qin Wudi was still inside, and Qin Wudi was the only hope to deal with Du Xiaofu. As long as Qin Wudi was here, legalism would not fall. But now they could only watch as Qin Wudi was killed, and his divine soul was completely destroyed. In the end, the resentment and helplessness in Qin Wudi's eyes were extinguished, as if the fire of legalism was extinguished. A great supreme nirvana expert was condensed from legalism's luck. Legalism gave the best resources to Qin Wudi, and only then did it create such an invincible expert. Back then, Qin Wudi was almost unable to recover from the setback, but later on, he dodged a calamity, allowing these elders of legalism to breathe a sigh of relief. But now, Qin Wudi was killed in front of them. It was undoubtedly cutting off the luck of legalism in front of them. An invincible existence like Qin Wudi was the future and opportunity for legalism to prosper. It had to be said that Han Ningma's death caused the legalists' hearts to bleed and ache. But now that Qin Wudi was killed, that stinging pain was undoubtedly 1,000 times stronger than the injury. Pucci, some of the elders of legalism vomited blood and fainted on the spot. Pucci, above the void, Qin Tianshi and Li Chenfa's mouths were also overflowing with blood. When they opened their eyes, the cold light was like lightning, able to tear apart the dome of heaven. "Little bastard, I will let you die without a burial ground," Qin Tianshi roared. His aura soared and shook the clouds, surging and terrifying. Qin Wudi was Qin Tianshi's direct descendant, the hope of his Qin clan. At this moment, one could imagine the anger in Qin Tianshi's heart. But at this moment, Du Xiaofu's figure had already disappeared from the boundary of the divine domain. Sigh, everyone in the void sighed. Some were shocked, and some were overwhelmed with shock. But at this moment, no one said anything. Everyone could hear the anger in Qin Tianshi's heart. If they were to provoke Qin Tianshi now, Qin Tianshi and Li Chenfa would probably go crazy. They were just worried that they couldn't find a chance to vent their anger. When the time comes, they would fight to the death. Although some of the experts present weren't afraid of Qin Tianshi and Li Chenfa, they still didn't want to start a fight to the death. How did that brat have the strength to kill Qin Wudi? How did he become so strong? Dragons, in the unhindered clan, there were people who were puzzled. Then, they all faintly felt a sense of uneasiness. In the Supreme Tomb Square, the scene of Du Xiaofu killing Qin Wudi was also clearly seen by everyone. It was just that they couldn't see the outside world. He can see the outside world. Unbelievable! He seems to have fallen behind and taken out a life-saving talisman. It should be related to the life-saving talisman. Kong Sansi, Su Yangzi, and the others spoke in surprise. Du Xiaofu looked at the void. At this moment, the legalism, unhindered clan, and dragons lineup had been suppressed to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads. They were almost being slaughtered. Slightly raising his head, Du Xiaofu looked at the void in front of him. His drunkard father and Gongsun Wuji had also reached the final stage of their battle. The two of them activated their supreme strength at the same time. Both of them had 9 dazzling divine rings, representing that they were Nirvana Realm Grand Supremes. Oh my God, 2 Nirvana Realm Grand Supremes! This is a battle between a group of Supremes. Du Tingxian is also a Grand Supremes. Both father and son are Grand Supremes. How shocking is that? Wrong. That little dragon girl seems to be Du Xiaofu's daughter. They are 3 generations of Grand Supremes. Oh my God, if that's the case, the number of Nirvana Realm Grand Supremes in the desolate country is already a group. Du Tingxian and Gongsun Wuji's battle had reached a stalemate, which caused endless exclamations from all directions. You are also a Nirvana Realm Grand Supremes. Gongsun Wuji's eyes were filled with astonishment. He had not expected Du Tingxian to be a Nirvana Realm Grand Supremes as well. Qin Wudi's death had greatly affected Gongsun Wuji's state of mind. The surrounding disciples from the school of vertical and horizontal were dying one after another, but Gongsun Wuji was unable to interfere at all. He couldn't even take down Du Tingxian, which caused him to gradually lose his composure and become somewhat crazy. Kill. Gongsun Wuji held a treasure in his hand. It was a treasured sword that had reached the level of a saint artifact. With a slash of the sword, it tore through the void. The treasured sword's hilt was inlaid with blue-colored glass. The sword's body was scarlet red, and lava flowed out of it. Its power was overwhelming. You are not the only Nirvana Realm Grand Supremes. Du Tingxian continued his battle. He held a long spear that was covered with lightning. It was as if a divine dragon had been born. The power of the long spear was even stronger than the treasured sword in Gongsun Wuji's hand. Lightning rumbled as he waved the spear. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. Lightning and electric arcs exploded, and the void was already boiling. The heavenly sound rumbled, and the destructive power made people's hearts palpitate and their souls tremble. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. He was a little surprised by the strength of his drunkard father's Nirvana Realm Grand Supremes and Nirvana Realm Grand Supremes. Du Xiaofu was not surprised by Gongsun Wuji's Nirvana Realm Grand Supremes. Listening to the discussions around him, Gongsun Wuji and Qin Wudi's talents were equally peerless. With the support of the school of vertical and horizontal, Gongsun Wuji was naturally not inferior to Qin Wudi. Then, Du Xiaofu looked at little Xingxing and Long San. Ao, the dragon's roar did not stop. The two huge dragons were fighting in the sea of clouds, and the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Chapter 1680. Long San's black dragon body roared. Black runes soared into the sky, looking ferocious and terrifying. All kinds of secret techniques of the dragon clan could be used by the true dragon beast, causing the void to continuously crack and recover. Little Xingxing's body was obviously more powerful at this moment. It gathered all kinds of beast energy, star energy, the aura of the purple flame demonic phoenix, the aura of the golden-winged great Peng, and several other means. Golden flames covered its dragon scales. It flapped its wings and burned the void, causing the void to shatter. The battle between the two dragons caused the void to collapse. The two huge dragon bodies were blurry in the chaotic void, but they had a common characteristic. There were dazzling runes on their bodies, releasing a powerful aura that was mysterious and powerful. It had to be said that Long San was indeed very powerful. As a descendant of true dragons, his physique was tough, and his means were powerful. He was a Nirvana sovereign, which meant that he was one of the best among all living beings. However, little Xingxing was obviously more overbearing. It also brought along a kind of absolute mystery and a terrifying aura. It was able to suppress Long San to the point that his strength was greatly reduced. That kind of aura made all beasts feel uneasy. It also made the bloodline of dragons feel a terrifying suppression from the bloodline and dragon soul. Dragon soul heavenly roar! Black dragon mixed in the world. Long San was pushed to the end. He went all out and used his ultimate move. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. Black Tortoise Fury. Azure Dragon Soul. Little Xingxing retaliated. Its roar was as loud as thunder. Its beast energy suppressed the heavens and the earth. A large area of the void was completely shattered by the dragon roar and the huge shadow. It's too powerful, too terrifying. The people on the square below looked at each other in dismay. Not to mention Du Xiaofu and Qin Wudi, not to mention Gongsun Wuji and Du Tingxian, even the battle between little Xingxing and Long San made them feel a little creeped out. I feel that I'm not a match for him. On the square, Kong Sansi said with a trembling voice. He felt that he was inferior. At this moment, it wasn't just Kong Sansi. Many experts were secretly comparing in their hearts and were terrified. In the void above, Du Tingxian, Gongsun Wuji, Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, Long San, Du Xiaoyao, Hui Dragon King, and even Qin Wudi, who had just been killed, Hui Dragon King, Sky Wolf, Sky Demon, and the others. If they were to fight with them, they would definitely not be a match. At this moment, the strongest experts of the same generation. Nirvana Realm. Nirvana sovereigns who were weaker could not interfere. This was a true sovereign's battle. Du Xiaofu asked around for a while, and was no longer worried about Little Star. In the void far away from the square, Du Xiaoyao and the Sea Serpent King were still fighting. The huge red-bone horse monkey and the Sea Serpent King were also fighting to the point where the heavens and earth were collapsing. Du Xiaoyao had the body of the red-bone horse monkey, a greater Nirvana realm sovereign. She had also stepped into the Nirvana realm, but it seemed that she had just stepped into it. The Mirage Dragon King was a lesser Nirvana realm sovereign, but it had already stepped into the half-step Nirvana realm, sovereign Nirvana realm. However, it could not gain any advantage in front of Du Xiaoyao. The Redbone Horse Monkey and the Mirage Dragon King fought further and further away, until the end of the square was collapsing. Heavenly Wolf Mo Tianshao transformed into his original form. He was only 100 feet long, much smaller than the other beasts. However, a shocking light burst out from his body, and he turned into a giant wolf covered in green light. He was covered in vigorous scales, and 6 divine halos surrounded him. The Lesser Sovereign's aura swept across the sky. The Heavenly Wolf is really terrifying. Looking at the Heavenly Wolf's body, many people in the square were secretly trembling. Some beasts whose bloodlines were already extraordinary cried out in surprise. The Celestial Wolf was definitely one of the supreme beasts among beasts. It was the pinnacle bloodline of the wolf race. Dongli Qingqing was fighting against Lonesome Sky Wolf. Green light shone from her body, swallowing vitality and sweeping through the void. 7 divine rings appeared above her head. That was the nirvana of profound meanings. Although her physical strength was only equal to Lonesome Sky Wolf's, it was hard to tell who would win. But when Dongli Qingqing's godlike power awakened and she summoned the Taiqing demon subduing bow, everything changed. Boom! The Taiqing demon subduing bow rumbled, and the mysterious runes on the talismans flickered. Mist rose into the sky, and a dazzling green light spread out like the sun. The terrifying aura was like the awakening of an ancient demon god from a deep slumber. The bow was pulled back, and beams of energy arrows were released. Whoosh whoosh. Numerous energy arrows shot out, and wherever they passed, the space directly collapsed. They pierced through the void, and they could devour life force and corrode runes. Ow! The Celestial Wolf roared. Green light surged, but it could only dodge. It didn't dare to fight head-on, afraid of the energy arrows. However, although Dongli Qingqing could suppress the Celestial Wolf with the Taiqing demon subduing bow, it was impossible for her to completely deal with the Celestial Wolf for the time being. Jialo Juyu, Jialo Kaling, Qi Yeshi, and Su Muxin surrounded Yeluhan. Although there were 4 supreme beasts, Qi Yeshi, Su Muxin, Jialo Juyu, and Jialo Kaling were only nirvanic nirvanas. The 4 of them surrounded Yeluhan, but they couldn't gain any advantage. Yeluhan's eyes opened and closed, as if they contained 2 seas of blood. Terrifying light shot out, and a majestic sea of baleful aura appeared around him. It was filled with runes, and it shone with light. This was Yeluhan's sea of baleful aura vein soul. He was an earth vein soul, and his baleful aura had turned corporeal and could devour everything. Everyone below was secretly shocked. Yeluhan was absolutely terrifying. Compared to Qin Wudi and Gongsun Wuji, he wasn't much weaker. Qi Yeshi and the other supreme beasts couldn't gain any advantage. However, Yeluhan was firmly trapped in front of Qi Yeshi and the other supreme beasts. Even escaping was a problem, and he couldn't gain any advantage. Leave the Celestial Wolf to me. Baleful aura filled the sky, and in the violent battle of void energy, Du Xiaofu appeared in front of Qi Yeshi, Su Muxin, Jialo Juyu, and Jialo Kaling. Du Xiaofu's hair was a mess. The purple battle robe on his body could only barely cover his body. His exposed skin was suffused with a purple-gold light. However, the invisible aura was still incomparably overbearing, adding a berserk savagery to it. Seeing Du Xiaofu, Qi Yeshi, Jialo Kaling, Su Muxin, and Jialo Juyu retreated without hesitation. They glanced at the battlefield, then immediately pounced on the most difficult primordial beast descendants to deal with. Many of the primordial beast descendants that followed the Hui Dragon King had reached the Greater Domain Realm, and even more of them were at the Sealed Domain Realm. Although the desolate country had Xingfeng, Donghu, Qi Dragon, Du Yunlong, Dai Xingyu, Yi Piaoling, and the rest of the 18 celestial generals. However, the large group of primordial beast descendants was undoubtedly much more difficult to deal with than the dying house of Zongheng. Kill Jialo Juyu and Jialo Kaling's enormous golden-winged great rocks soared into the sky. Along with Jialo Juekong, Jialo Jueo, and the others, they immediately suppressed many primordial beast descendants. Qi Yeshi and Su Mushin descended together and forcibly suppressed 2 ferocious sealed domain realm primordial beast descendants. At this moment, Yelu Han's face was ashen, and his blood-red eyes were trembling. Facing Du Xiaofu, even his spirit was trembling. Yelu Han had seen the scene of Du Xiaofu ravaging and killing Qin Wudi out of the corner of his eye. He also believed that although he was strong, he was still a little weaker than Qin Wudi of the legalism sect. Du Xiaofu, I have nothing to do with the house of Zongheng. Let's mind our own business and not have anything to do with each other in the future. How about it? The Sky Fiend said. He didn't want to fight with Du Xiaofu. This guy actually compromised. Fire Cloud Evil God raised his head and looked at the Sky Fiend. He seemed to be familiar with the Sky Fiend, so he was a bit surprised. The Sky Fiend had directly compromised. This didn't seem like Yelu Han's temperament. He was clearly afraid of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. We haven't settled our old accounts yet. If you add a new one, do you think I'll let you off? Du Xiaofu faintly smiled, but the curve of his lips made Yelu Han's heart palpitate for no reason. Du Xiaofu, don't go too far. Yelu Han shouted, his eyes cold and his face ashen. A sea of baleful aura surged around him. If you're afraid, then it's because I'm going too far. Don't forget, you're the one who provoked me time and time again. Du Xiaofu still smiled faintly. Step by step, he crossed the void and walked towards Yelu Han. He didn't fear the baleful aura at all. Du Xiaofu had already fought with the Sky Fiend before. However, he was only at the Nirvana realm. He hadn't reached the Nirvana realm. I'll fight you to the death, Yelu Han shouted. The sea of baleful aura surged around him. The billowing baleful aura and supreme power transformed into lightning that swept towards Du Xiaofu. Scatter! Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid. He waved his hand and purple lightning covered his body, scattering the baleful aura around him. Activating his immortal Xian body, he didn't fear the baleful aura entering his body. But at this moment, the Sky Fiend Yelu Han's figure had already disappeared. He didn't want to fight Du Xiaofu to the death. Instead, he wanted to use this opportunity to escape. Previously, when he was surrounded by Qi Yeshi, Jialo Jueyu, and the other 2, Yelu Han didn't even have a chance to escape. His surroundings were sealed and the void was frozen. Now, he finally found an opportunity. He didn't want to fight with Du Xiaofu. He knew he wasn't his match, and he didn't want to fall into his trap. The Sky Fiend's figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the distant void of the vast square. Yelu Han revealed a faint smile and immediately fled. At this moment, he couldn't care less about the Sky Wolf. Not good. But at this moment, the Sky Fiend Yelu Han seemed to sense something. The smile on his face froze and his eyes trembled fiercely. You want to escape? You don't seem fast enough. But at this moment, golden light seeped out of the void. Large swaths of the void twisted and solidified. The golden talisman runes began to fluctuate. In the next instant, that familiar figure appeared in front of the Sky Fiend Yelu Han. The smile on his face didn't even change. Everyone, check to see if there are any fresh flowers left. You can give them to others. If you give them to little you, you'll be even more grateful. Anyway, don't waste them. Even if little you can't write that many chapters this month, he'll remember to write next month. Chapter 1681. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's illusory golden wings were shining brightly. Tian Sha's speed wasn't something Du Xiaofu could compare with. Du Xiaofu, you've gone too far. In an instant, Tian Sha used his baleful aura as a foundation to activate his martial veins, connecting heaven and earth. It turned into a baleful aura broadsword and slashed at Du Xiaofu. I'm not the same as before, and you haven't improved at all. Du Xiaofu smiled. His white teeth shone with a cold light. He stretched out his palm, and his supreme being power surged. It wrapped around the purple-gold lightning and directly grabbed the baleful aura broadsword. The baleful aura broadsword shattered inch by inch, turning into a wave of baleful aura that swept out. Bang! At the same time, Du Xiaofu's left fist punched Tian Sha's chest. Puff! Tian Sha spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood was dark red and filled with a terrifying aura. However, the blood he spat out instantly turned into a blood-red python. Its tongue was scarlet, and its eyes were terrifying. It bit at Du Xiaofu. Swish! Du Xiaofu's rock chaos-shattering claw slashed out. Amidst the thunder and lightning, a golden light burst out. It carried the domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan and directly crushed the blood-red python into pieces. The aftershock of the claw landed on Tian Sha's right shoulder. It tore through his defense and tore through his flesh. Under that invincible and terrifying force, the heaven emanation's right shoulder was exposed, and he screamed in pain. Du Xiaofu, I'll fight you to the death! Tian Sha roared. The sea of blood in his eyes churned. This time, he really wanted to go all out. His baleful aura surged, and his supreme being power swept out. It turned into a whirlpool of baleful aura that crazily pressed against Du Xiaofu. Screech! The purple-gold thunder rock phantasm appeared around Du Xiaofu. Its mighty and overbearing aura swept out. Its entire body was covered with dense purple-gold electric arcs. As it rapidly twisted, it finally gathered into a huge purple-gold thunderbolt. It flapped its wings and overturned the evil aura waves that swept out from the Tian Sha. Walala, the purple-gold thunder rock flapped its wings and unleashed a series of purple-gold thunder devastations onto the heaven emanation's body. Pucci, the terrifying purple-gold thunderbolt that covered the sky and the earth struck down, causing the Tian Sha's defense to explode. His physical body cracked, and he spat out blood continuously. Chi La. In the blink of an eye, a pair of illusory claws under the purple-gold thunder rock's abdomen exploded with purple-gold lightning arcs. The lightning arcs wreaked havoc in the sky. The lightning arcs were tens of thousands of feet long, as if there was a purple-gold sun in the sky. Ka! A claw mark tore the space apart, and the space around the heaven Sha was instantly torn apart. The violent destructive energy destroyed the sea of baleful aura around the heaven Sha, causing waves of violent baleful aura to surge. Boom! Boom! Du Xiaofu's figure swooped down from the purple-gold thunder rock's shadow and appeared behind the heaven Sha. His fist, which was covered with thunder martial veins, was like a purple-gold thunder ball as it heavily landed on the heaven Sha's back. The purple-gold thunderbolt was filled with killing intent, and its aura was like that of a thunder sovereign. Rumble! With a dull sound, the heaven Sha's body was covered with purple lightning arcs. He staggered forward and spat out blood once again. However, at this moment, a bloody hole appeared on Yeluhan's back. Blood dripped from the hole, revealing the dark red bones. It was a shocking sight. The heaven Sha's body fell forward. Yeluhan's eyes were filled with horror. He borrowed the momentum to escape, not willing to miss any opportunity. After all, Yeluhan didn't want to die. No one was willing to die. Facing the terrifying Demon King, even the unkillable Demon King, Yeluhan felt fear in his heart. He had no intention to fight, only fear. You can't escape. The rock soar's 10,000 miles speed was practically crushed by the heaven Sha. Du Xiaofu's figure followed him like a shadow. He reached out with one hand and, with the momentum of a dive, swiftly grabbed Tian Sha's leg and threw him over his shoulder. Pung! The pitiful Tian Sha was lifted up by one leg by Du Xiaofu and smashed into a mountain below like an impact cannon. The mountain was smashed into pieces, and the entire mountain was on the verge of collapsing amidst the rumbling sounds. It was a sight to behold. Goo! This scene caused the fire cloud evil god to inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. He felt pain for the Heaven Shah and couldn't help but rejoice that he didn't provoke the terrifying demon king. Du Xiaofu's figure rushed into the midst of the flying rocks. He reached out with his claw and grabbed the dispirited Heaven Shah, who was violently vomiting blood. Like a snake, Du Xiaofu threw him back and forth several times, causing the surrounding mountains to shake and the ground to crack. Puff, puff! This kind of abuse caused Yeluhan to continuously vomit blood. In the end, he was restrained by Du Xiaofu without hesitation. The pitiful Heaven Shah, Yeluhan, whose battle strength was enough to rank in the top 10 of the entire divine domain, had been sealed for a very long time and had deliberately not broken through. At this moment, he was being held in Du Xiaofu's hand like a little chick. Too savage. Seeing this scene, Kong Sansi, Su Yangzi, Zhou Xiaoluo, Mo Runan, and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the savage demon king from afar, they also felt a sense of dread. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu raised his head from the collapsed mountain as if he had seen something. Lightning surged out of his hand and wrapped around Yeluhan's body. Then, he ruthlessly threw Yeluhan away like a bomb. Aolo, the sky wolf roared as it dodged Dongli Qingqing's attacks. Suddenly, before the sky wolf could react, a humanoid figure broke through the air and ruthlessly slammed into its body. Bang bang, this collision caused both the Sky Wolf and the Sky Fiend to vomit blood at the same time. A terrifying purple thunderbolt with destructive and violent energy spread out from the Sky Wolf's body, turning into resplendent lightning runes that swept out like a tsunami. Swish swish swish. At the same time, Dongli Qingqing shot 3 arrows in succession, piercing through the void. The Sky Wolf dodged the first arrow and blocked the second, but the third arrow pierced through its defenses and landed on its butt. The energy arrow spread out with green runes, devouring its life force. Aolo, the Sky Wolf howled miserably, its angry eyes emitting a cold light. What are you howling for? Du Xiaofu's figure appeared like a ghost. His fist carried the roar of a dragon and the cry of an elephant. Wrapped in the supreme power of 9 divine rings, it smashed into the Sky Wolf's malevolent head with unparalleled tyranny. Aolo, the heavenly wolf lonely sky howl spat out a mouthful of blood, but Du Xiaofu's terrifying punch only managed to destroy the supreme power above his head and severely injure him. This showed that the Sky Wolf was not simple. It was even more powerful than the Heaven Shah. The Sky Wolf erupted with all its might, or else it knew that it could not escape this calamity. The green light on its body suddenly surged, turning into a green river that swept out in all directions. The runes were incomparably blazing, causing the surrounding void to be filled with green runes and mysterious runes. Sky Wolf howls at the moon. The Sky Wolf raised its head and roared. Dazzling green light spewed out from its mouth, causing the void to rumble. Suddenly, there seemed to be a green moon descending from above the void. It was filled with a vast aura, as if there were countless ferocious giant wolf phantoms jumping around. In an instant, the surrounding void was drowned out. The terrifying power made people tremble in fear. Many demonic beast souls were frightened and wanted to crawl. This is the ultimate killing technique of the Sky Wolf clan. Someone below said, his eyes filled with shock. Under that terrifying killing technique, the void trembled and the space rippled. The energy was so intense that it made people's souls tremble. Du Xiaofu's golden-winged giant rock phantom flapped its wings. Golden light swept across everything, destroying the space and scattering the green light around. It was simple and direct. However, by the time Du Xiaofu appeared, the heavenly wolf had already disappeared from the chaotic void without a trace. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu looked into the distance. At the end of the horizon, there was a green light flashing through the sky like lightning, disappearing in an instant. The Sky Wolf clan has a secret escape technique. He escaped. Dongli Qingqing went to Du Xiaofu's side and looked in the direction where the Sky Wolf had escaped. She was also helpless. She couldn't completely deal with the sky wolf lonely sky howl. Du Xiaofu glanced at the battlefield. He didn't intend to chase after the sky wolf. He waved his hand and handed the heavenly demon Yeluhan, who had just hit the sky wolf, to Dongli Qingqing. Then, he disappeared on the spot. At the moment, the battle between Du Xiaoyao and the sea serpent dragon was in full swing. Roar! Du Xiaoyao's redbone horse monkey roared and hissed. Her energy was full of vitality, and she communicated with the world. There was a kind of origin energy from the world in the flashing lightning and rumbling thunder. Endless dazzling light burst out and bombarded the sea serpent dragon king. Roar! The sea serpent dragon king resisted with all its strength. Its half-step nirvana realm cultivation and the power of a lesser sovereign could only resist Du Xiaoyao's attack. Many reverse scales on the sea serpent dragon king's huge body were quietly shattered by Du Xiaoyao's punches. Du Xiaoyao flew across the sky. Her golden body was like an indestructible diamond. She wasn't afraid of the sea serpent dragon king's counterattack. She shattered a large number of bright dragon runes. The broken runes were like a rain of light that fell from the sky. It was dreamy and illusory. Boom! Du Xiaoyao flew across the sky and grabbed many reverse scales on the sea serpent dragon's back. Suppress! At the same time, Du Xiaoyao's redbone horse monkey body turned into a golden five-fingered mountain and appeared. The five-fingered mountain wasn't illusory. It was real. The golden runes on its body were evolving. Boom! The five-fingered mountain made the space tremble. At this moment, the mountains around the square were also rumbling and the ground was shaking. Chapter 1682. Dense spiritual energy spread out from the peak of the five-finger mountain, connecting with the energy of heaven and earth. Terrifying power spread out like a long rainbow. Golden talismans and mysterious patterns were released, crushing and suppressing all things in the world. A supreme being had descended. Pucci, under this suppression, the dragon scales on the sea serpent king's body shattered. The 6 divine fires on its body also dimmed. At the same time, it spat out dragon blood. Aolo Aolo, in the distant void, Long San's black dragon body roared. Large patches of dragon scales on his body shattered. His supreme dragon blood sprayed in the air but did not dissipate. Soon after, he disappeared from the world. At this moment, Long San's appearance was very miserable. Even one of his dragon horns had been broken, and there were traces of scorching on his body. On the other hand, the little starry mutant dragon spread its wings and settled down. Its body was sparkling and translucent, wrapped in golden flames and filled with all kinds of energy. Little Xingxing's physical body was so strong that it seemed to be on par with Du Xiaofu, who could not be killed. Even when he fought with Long San, he did not leave a single mark on his body. On the other hand, Long San's black dragon body was already riddled with wounds. Blood was seeping out of his body. He appeared to be in a very miserable state. His physical body had been completely ravaged. Not only did Little Star suppress Long San with the nirvana of a greater supreme over a lesser supreme, but it also had a mysterious aura of dragons that suppressed Long San. And Little Star was only at the nirvana level. If the two of them were at the same level, Long San would probably be ravaged miserably. Qi Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Little Xingxing. Looking at Long San in front of him, there was a purple-gold light fluctuating in his eyes. "Father, give me a little more time and I'll be able to destroy this mixed-blood dragon." Little Star's dragon eyes burned with golden flames. The third eye between his eyebrows shot out divine light that could make people's primordial spirits tremble. The power of a supreme being surged, suppressing Long San. Long San was fighting for a long time and was still being suppressed by the mutated dragon. That invisible pressure was greatly suppressing him. That kind of suppression made it feel as if it was facing an ancestral soul. Just as it was feeling apprehensive, Dragon 3 saw Du Xiaofu appear, and its black dragon eyes became even more unsightly. Dragon marks fluctuated and black runes surged. Du Xiaofu looked at Long San, who had an ugly expression, and smiled coldly. He said to little Xingxing, "It's not bad to leave this mixed-blood dragon alive to eat. Be careful when you kill it. Leave the corpse intact." "All right, it's been a long time since I've had roasted dragon meat." At the thought of eating, little Xingxing's saliva almost flowed out. Roar! Hearing Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing's unbridled words, Long San was enraged. His black eyes seemed like they were about to shoot out black divine flames. His huge black dragon body stretched across the void, and the terrifying dragon might on his body made the world roar. "Du Xiaofu, little dragon, do you really think you can do anything to me? Dream on. The victor is still uncertain." When the ferocious dragon roar fell, a dazzling object appeared between Long San's eyebrows. It was like a miniature horned dragon, emitting dazzling light. It was accompanied by a dragon roar and a supreme aura that filled the void. It was a dragon horn that looked like a deer's antler. It was vigorous and boundless, and the mysterious dragon marks on it were dazzling. It carried a dragon's might with it. A true dragon horn. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes. It was a true dragon horn. He had obtained one from Long Si, Long Qi, and Long Ba. This was a second one that was almost identical. But from the shape, Du Xiaofu could see that this true dragon horn should be a pair with the one he had placed in the purple lightning profound cauldron to suppress it. It came from the same true dragon. A true dragon horn, the treasure of dragons. It was really fought by dragons. When the true dragon horn appeared, Zhou Xiaoluo, who was far away, was shocked. Kong Sansi, Su Yangzi, and Mo Runan were also shocked. A true dragon horn was the true treasure of dragons. It could be seen that the dragons attached great importance to the divine dominion. They seemed to be determined to obtain it and wanted to suppress the other heroes. "You can't do anything to me." As Long San roared, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. His black dragon scales were dazzling, and he spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. Whoosh! The dragon blood turned into a dazzling light. Like a young dragon soaring into the sky, it directly plunged into the dazzling true dragon horn. Suddenly, the true dragon horn became even more dazzling. The mysterious runes on it flickered with dazzling light. The energy of heaven and earth gathered and filled the air with a terrifying might. The dazzling light caused the world to tremble. The terrifying aura that spread out from the true dragon horn made the surrounding demonic beasts tremble. It was much more terrifying than the heavenly wolf's aura. Suddenly, a huge golden dragon phantom of an unknown length appeared on the true dragon's horn, enveloping Long San's huge black dragon body. Roar! A dragon's roar filled the sky. The dragon's aura spread out and suppressed the world. The aura was terrifying. At this moment, under the terrifying aura, Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. The power of the true dragon's horn that Long San used was far more terrifying than the true dragon's horn used by Long Si and the others. It was almost at the level of Nirvana Transcendence Realm. It was at the level of half-step Nirvana Transcendence Realm. "Kiki, die for me!" Long San, who was shrouded by the giant dragon phantom, shouted fiercely. The supreme power in his body surged, and along with the power of the true dragon horn, it swept towards Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing. Roar! The huge dragon phantom covered the sky, and a terrifying energy swept across the sky above the array. It quietly spread out with a huge pressure, as if it was causing the world to tremble. It was shocking. Bang, bang, bang. That terrifying energy was accompanied by a mysterious power that caused the void to shatter inch by inch. The surroundings were torn apart by pitch-black spatial cracks. Mixed blood dragon. Little Xingxing attacked, and a deep light suddenly shot out from his back. It turned into the black tortoise divine shell, and an extremely dense pressure spread out. In an instant the entire sky trembled and rumbled. "Come! Little Xingxing!" Little Xingxing shouted, and golden light shot out from his eyes. A dazzling ink-black rune light spread out from the black tortoise divine shell, and an illusory beast phantom roared like a dragon as it soared into the sky. The beast phantom was completely black and dazzling. The turtle and snake intertwined as if they were alive, and a huge pressure descended. The black tortoise divine shell filled the sky as if it was alive, and it directly enveloped the huge golden dragon phantom. A majestic power spread out, and even the space was distorted. Spatial ripples spread out in all directions. The terrifying energy emitted from the black tortoise divine shell caused spatial cracks to appear in the surrounding void. The aura was that of a supreme being. Then, a strange scene appeared. The huge golden dragon phantom immediately revealed fear as it faced the black tortoise divine shell that was flying towards it. The phantom's body trembled as if it did not dare to move forward. It was an instinctive deep fear. Walala! The black tortoise's divine shell unfurled in midair like a canopy in the sky. As the shadow of the tortoise and snake fell, the shadow of the golden dragon began to crack and dissipate. It shattered and finally revealed the brilliant horn of the true dragon. The true dragon's horn was enveloped by the black tortoise divine shell. Then, under the ink-black light, the black tortoise divine shell shrunk and wrapped around it. The dazzling light was covered, and it was quietly taken away. No, this is impossible. Long San still had not recovered from his shock. He roared loudly and unwillingly. His black dragon eyes were lifeless, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing. Logically speaking, no one in the Divine Dominion would be able to do anything to the Dragon Clan's greatest treasure, the horn of the true dragon that he had activated. However, at this moment, it had been taken away by the mutant dragon's shell. Roar! Little Xingxing's huge body appeared. Golden flames were burning in his eyes, and he carried all kinds of terrifying pressure. He pierced through the void like an arrow and directly collided with Long San. At this moment, that huge body was an invincible and terrifying attack to little Xingxing. On the huge golden dragon's body, a terrifying aura spread out in a ring shape. Everywhere it passed, the space would suddenly shatter. It pierced through the void and violently collided with Long San's black dragon body. Bang 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 bang! The muffled sound was like thunder. Long San's huge body could not withstand such a collision. It was as if his physical body was about to be shattered. The surrounding void was exploding. His dragon tail violently flipped and destroyed everything. Roar, 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 roar! Long San screamed miserably. When Twinkle Star collided with him, the black dragon scales at the point of collision began to crack. Everything turned into dazzling black light and shattered runes that rippled outward. Puff! Some of the dragon's scales shattered. Long San's ferocious mouth immediately spat out dragon blood. Especially at the point of collision, it was dripping with blood. Little Xingxing's main body flapped its wings and surging flames covered the sky. Long San's head was bleeding from the collision. His dragon scales were broken and his flesh was badly mangled. However, his dragon body was not damaged at all. It was shining brightly and a terrifying aura of a true dragon was released. That terrifying aura made Long San's dragon soul palpitate. It was a feeling that came from the depths of his dragon soul and bloodline that could not be resisted. Continue! Little Xingxing shouted. His dragon body was smaller than Long San's black dragon body. However, at this moment, he was incomparably valiant. His huge tail flipped and broke through the void. It was unknown when the enlarged black tortoise divine shell was outlined on his huge tail. Like a stone, he ruthlessly smashed Long San's back. Buzz, the black tortoise divine shell, was like one of the hardest divine objects in the world. When little Xingxing smashed it, it was like a meteorite had crashed down. The dragon scales on Long San's black dragon back exploded inch by inch. His flesh was badly mangled, dragon blood splattered, and his dragon tail and head were flipped. Roar, roar! Long San howled miserably. His voice was mournful and frightening. It made people feel a chill down their spines. That little dragon girl must be Du Xiaofu's biological daughter. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so savage. At this moment, Kong Sansi, Su Yangzi, and the others in the void all clicked their tongues. That huge and strange divine shell fell on Long San's back like a meteor. Even though they were watching from afar, they still felt a sense of fear and pain. Chapter 1683. Qi. Amidst Long San's miserable wails, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared. A cold smile appeared on his face, and a supreme pressure spread out from his palm. The roars of dragons and tigers, as well as the roars of lions and phoenixes, could be heard. Roar. A terrifying aura erupted as Du Xiaofu's palm was covered with a mystical seal. A golden-winged rock phantom emerged, shining with golden light and flickering with silver-yellow lightning. When the phantom of the golden-winged rock descended, a monstrous pressure that all beasts were unable to resist spread out. Under such pressure, the beast souls of countless demon beasts trembled violently. The shrieking Long San was instantly filled with fear. That frightening pressure caused even his dragon soul to tremble. His entire body trembled. He was actually completely suppressed. Blood Soul Seal. Bang! Du Xiaofu's palm landed directly on Long San's ferocious head. Amidst the roars of dragons, phoenixes, lions, and tigers, Du Xiaofu's palm imprint transformed into a mass of golden light and ferociously smashed down. Du Xiaofu didn't want to use the beast controlling technique, but directly used the Blood Soul Seal to deal with Long San. With Long San's cultivation and strength, it was obviously not easy for him to forcefully set up a beast-controlling technique. It was also not suitable for him to do so at this moment. However, if he used the Blood Soul Seal as an attack, he would be able to suppress the demonic beast. Pucci, the attack of the Blood Soul Seal was more aimed at the soul. Long San's eyes instantly turned dull, and he spat out blood. Boom! Bang! Du Xiaofu struck again. His aura swept out, causing the void to ripple. His tall and straight body was covered with rolling pressure. His fist fiercely landed on Long San's ferocious dragon head. There was a burst of lightning and a supreme pressure that swept out. Bang, bang, bang. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Du Xiaofu ruthlessly punched several times in succession, each of his punches cracking the space between Long San's eyebrows. Rumble! In the midst of the lightning, Du Xiaofu's every punch made Long San's body shrink inch by inch. The black dragon scales on its body cracked and became dim. Roar! When Long San's eyes were no longer lifeless and he was screaming, his huge body was crushed by Du Xiaofu's attack and turned into a snake that was dozens of feet long. Then, he was caught in Du Xiaofu's hand like a huge python, and he didn't even have the chance to self-detonate. Long San is finished. The descendants of the dragons that entered the divine domain have all been killed. Su Yangzi, Mo Runan, and the others clicked their tongues inwardly. Long San was probably done for. With Du Xiaofu's character, it was unlikely that he would spare Long San. On the stone platform in the plaza, Moksha and Jialo Jumi raised their heads to look at Du Xiaofu, their eyes flashing with lightning. Jiangchen stood quietly, gazing at Du Xiaofu in the air. His jet-black eyes glowed with arrogance and depth, but they were also mesmerizing. Bastard, that bastard is too cunning. He actually escaped from me. In the distance, Du Xiaoyao transformed into his human form and clutched half of a dragon's horn. The horn was forked like a deer's and was clearly different from Long Sea's true dragon horn. It had been plucked from the Sea Serpent King's head. Du Xiaoyao also clutched a handful of red mane, the red mane that grew from the Sea Serpent King's neck to its back. Just now, Du Xiaoyao had suppressed the Sea Serpent King, but in the end, the Sea Serpent King spat out a dazzling array of talisman runes that enveloped the sky and transformed into countless phantoms and visions. Then, the Sea Serpent King escaped from Du Xiaoyao's suppression. Damned bastard, don't fall into my hands again. Du Xiaoyao was depressed and a bit frantic. He'd lost face by letting the Sea Serpent King escape. Rumor has it that the Sea Serpent King has incredible talent. The dragon breath it spits out can transform into all kinds of phantoms, causing different creatures to fall into different illusions and affect their primordial spirit. Du Xiaoyao was too careless. In the distance, Zhou Xiaoluo smiled faintly. Dad, it's about time. Little Xingxing's true form vanished and she transformed into a harmless little girl. She scanned the surroundings and smiled innocently. Du Xiaofu lifted Long San, who was on the verge of death, and looked up into the sky. At the moment, the most intense battle was between his drunkard father and Gongsun Wuji. Qi Yeshi, Su Muxin, Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, Jialo Zhiyu, Jialo Kailing, the disciples of the Du family, and Zhen Qingchun were slaughtering everyone on the battlefield. The school of vertical and horizontal, legalism, dragons, and the ancient demon beasts were almost completely wiped out. The battle was coming to an end, and all that was left was to wrap things up. The remaining disciples of the school of legalism and the disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal were only struggling in fear. The battle between Du Tingxian and Gongsun Wuji in the sky above the battlefield that had caused space to become chaotic and the earth to shatter. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the battlefield. Du Tingxuan's dazzling spear was like a dragon emerging from the world. His lightning figure gave off a sense of destructive power. Kill! Du Tingxian launched a ferocious attack. His eyes were like two seas of lightning, and his hair fluttered behind him like surging electric arcs. With the support of the Grand Sovereign's strength, the power that rippled from his body made the surrounding space tremble for no reason. Kill! Gongsun Wuji bellowed. Endless flames gushed out from his body like an erupting volcano, shrouding the surroundings. The sword intent in his hand cut through the void and engaged in a fierce battle with Du Tingxian. The battle between the two gave off a feeling that they were evenly matched. What a terrifying attack! It seems like they are evenly matched. Gongsun Wuji's pulse soul is a spiritual volcano that can devour the power of volcanoes to strengthen itself. How terrifying! Du Tingxuan's pulse soul seems to have not been used yet. I wonder what it is? Everyone in the square below spoke. They were shocked to see the battle between Du Tingxian and Gongsun Wuji. Gongsun Wuji has reached the pinnacle of the nirvana realm of the true self, while Du Tingxian has only broken through to the nirvana realm of the true self in the divine dominion. If they are at the same level, Du Tingxian should be more powerful. Moreover, Du Tingxian seems to have not used his pulse soul yet. Someone pondered. At such a level of battle, any slight difference could be infinitely magnified and even become a fatal blow. They are both very strong. I'm afraid there are not many people present who can contend with such combat strength. Someone spoke in shock. At this moment, the battle between Du Tingxian and Gongsun Wuji made it difficult for them to calm down. The creatures present were all geniuses of the world and had always had their own pride. However, at this moment, when they saw the battle between Du Tingxian and Gongsun Wuji, their eyes were filled with shock and their hearts were trembling. There were also creatures who were watching the battle with surging emotions. Their eyes were filled with divine light. Such a battle between supreme beings could bring them good fortune. The sword light pierced the sky and the lightning spear swept across the sky. The speed of the battle in the void was as fast as lightning, causing the space to explode and the void to collapse. Rumble, flames swept across the sky and collided with the lightning. There was a mist rising as if stars were colliding. Countless meteorites streaked across the sky. Du Xiaofu was also watching closely. Gongsun Wuji's cultivation and strength were not inferior to Qin Wudi's. Even the sword in Gongsun Wuji's hand was extraordinary. It was a true saint weapon. However, looking at the situation, Du Xiaofu knew that his drunkard father was fighting head-on. That was the battle between Gongsun Wuji and his drunkard father. Du Xiaofu did not intend to interfere. The grudge between them was related to more than 20 years ago. They needed to resolve it themselves. Du Xiaofu also believed that his drunkard father could resolve it himself. The two fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The void sank. Under the gazes of many people, the final moment finally came. Kill! Gongsun Wuji was extraordinary. The lava around him surged like a ferocious fire beast. Endless volcanoes erupted, and a blazing aura surged. The sword qi in his hand was like a rainbow. The mysterious runes on the talisman burst forth. The supreme power swept out and gathered into a supreme attack. Chapter 1684. This attack was too terrifying. It was Gongsun Wuji's all-out attack. Blazing flames surged like a tsunami, sweeping across the sky and earth. Dazzling flame runes surged. Below the void, the mountain peak far away from the square was also collapsing. Bang, 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 large amounts of mountain peaks exploded and turned into ashes. Then, they were covered by rolling lava. Heaven and earth were collapsing, and the void was collapsing. This scene was too terrifying. At this moment, Gongsun Wuji's figure was hidden in the surging lava. It was as if he had turned into a giant. His eyes were like a blazing sea of fire, burning faintly. Blazing runes intertwined with each other. It was indescribably terrifying. The sword in his hand also unleashed countless sword rays. Whoosh, 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 the sword rays swept across the sky along with the lava. Every sword ray was monstrous, piercing through the universe and slicing through space. Countless sword rays intertwined and slashed towards Du Tingxian. It was a dense and terrifying sword rain. Countless sword rays filled with runes intertwined and shrouded the void. It contained a terrifying profundity and might, and also contained a kind of sword Tao. It was a strange and spectacular sight, and even more terrifying. The sword rays swept across, and the lava surged like waves. It filled the universe and destroyed the world. It's too terrifying. Gongsun Wuji's strength is too terrifying. He's even stronger than Qin Wudi. The faces of the people watching the battle from the square below and in the void started to turn pale. Quite a number of Nirvana stage sovereigns involuntarily tensed their bodies. As they watched from afar, they could also sense an incomparably vast and terrifying destructive attack that could not be blocked. At this moment, even Du Xiaofu was a little nervous. Gongsun Wuji's attack was too powerful. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't worried. They were connected by blood. He couldn't feel any disorder or haste from his drunkard father. Du Xiaofu also didn't feel any fear or panic from his drunkard father's lightning eyes. Instead, he felt a kind of determination and sharpness in his drunkard father's eyes. Du Xiaofu could also feel that Du Tingxuan's thunder martial vein, which belonged to the Du family, was starting to boil. What's next must be drunkard dad's strongest attack. Du Xiaofu stared at the void in front of him. His eyes flickered and glowed. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's hand seals condensed, and a large number of ancient runes seeped out from his body. Like a rain of light, they sprinkled in the surroundings and filled the vast space, causing the space to change quietly. Bastard! That little bastard is too hateful! That little bastard is ruining the fortune of legalism. He must be killed. Above the Chern Huang mainland, below the divine domain, within the legalism troops entrenched on the mountain peaks and in the void, those legalism experts and elders were still mourning over Qin Wudi's death. They were all burning with anger and heartbroken. Gongsun Hua, Long Ting, and the other experts from the House of Dragons and House of Heng were not far away. At this moment, their faces were solemn. They felt vaguely uneasy and worried that something might happen. Whoosh whoosh in the divine domain, there were also disciples from the desolate nation, Mo family, and Yin school who were sent out by the protective talismans. However, they continued to enter the divine domain. What happened in there? An elder from the House of Heng could not stand the uneasiness and worry. He shouted at the disciples from the desolate nation, Mo family, and Yin school. The disciples from the Mo family and Inyang school were fine and ignored the people from the house of Hung. "Old man, come in if you dare. I'll kill you." However, the disciples from the desolate nation were different, especially those from the Du family and Heavenly Beast Hall. They raised their middle fingers and did not show any mercy to the elders from the house of Hung before entering the divine domain. "Little bastard!" The elders from the house of Hung were so angry that their faces turned red. They shouted in anger, but there was nothing they could do. Whoosh whoosh, suddenly there was a fluctuation in the void. Under the gazes of the people from the Chun Huang mainland, a large patch of the void was revealed in the divine domain. Above the void there were strange scenes of lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. Boom, there were waves of rocks and sword radiance intertwining with each other. The supreme force swept across. Even though they were separated by the void, the experts on the Chun Huang mainland could still feel the terrifying destructive power. "That's Gongsun Wuji from my family. He's the one who attacked." Even though the violent attacks had drowned Gongsun Wuji's figure, the people from the house of Hung immediately recognized him. It was Gongsun Wuji from the house of Hung who attacked. What a terrifying aura! That should be Gongsun Wuji from the house of Hung. I can't believe he's so powerful. Gongsun Wuji is also a Nirvana Realm Grand Supreme. 30 years ago, he was known as the strongest genius in the world in thousands of years. He's at the pinnacle of Nirvana Realm. Gongsun Wuji is indeed powerful. In an instant, many people from the various major factions in the Chun Huang mainland recognized Gongsun Wuji. Although the powerful attacks had drowned everything, there were many top experts who recognized the House of Hung and Heng's techniques and guessed Gongsun Wuji's identity. In an instant, the entire place was in an uproar. The one fighting Gongsun Wuji seems to be Du Tingxian. Du Tingxian is indeed a Nirvana Realm Grand Supreme. He's fighting Gongsun Wuji. The experts from the surrounding immediately realized that the one fighting Gongsun Wuji was Du Tingxian. He was the terrifying person who had crippled his own cultivation and entered the divine domain to recultivate. Can Du Tingxian resist Gongsun Wuji? Gongsun Wuji's strength should be at the limit of the divine domain. Can Du Tingxian resist? Gongsun Wuji has the heavenly fire tower. That's the treasure of the house of Hung and Hung. All the experts on the Chun Huang continent were moved. At that moment, Gongsun Wuji's terrifying attack swept through the air like a tidal wave, viciously crushing Du Tingxian. Clang 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 clang, countless sword radiances intertwined and exploded. The talisman sword radiances attacked Du Tingxian endlessly, causing many people to gasp. However, at this moment, bright lightning talisman runes rushed out from Du Tingxian's body. The lightning arcs were so dazzling that no one could look directly at them. Only the top experts could see that the endless sword radiances had swept through Du Tingxian. Amidst the sparks and electric arcs, they didn't really hurt Du Tingxian. How can Du Tingxian's defense be so strong? The elders from the house of Hung and Hung were shocked. They couldn't believe that Gongsun Wuji's sword radiances had been blocked. Even if others didn't know, the elders from the house of Hung and Hung knew very well that Gongsun Wuji's swordsmanship had already reached the perfection realm. That level of swordsmanship was already unparalleled. In addition, Gongsun Wuji's all-out attack contained the power of a great sovereign and the endless techniques of the house of Hung and Hung and Hung. It was enough to destroy everything. It could be said that no one in the same generation could match Gongsun Wuji's current attack. Whoosh whoosh, the endless sword radiances attacked, but they were all blocked. Du Tingxian's dazzling lightning arcs were withstanding the sword radiances. Du Tingxian blocked it. At this moment, whether it was the square in front of the tomb of the Supreme Being or the Chun Huang mainland, there were people exclaiming in shock. Du Tingxian had blocked the terrifying sword radiances. Rumble rumble, the earth-shattering rock flows were like the eruption of a volcano. Destruction engulfed Du Tingxian's body with terrifying power. The scene was horrifying, as if it was going to burn everything in the world. However, Du Tingxian stood in the void. His body was majestic and motionless, like the Emperor of Thunder. Whoosh whoosh, when the rolling rock flows engulfed Du Tingxuan's body, they strangely scattered to the sides. Everyone was shocked. Everything was too unbelievable. Sword-slashing art. Gongsun Wuji's shout was like thunder. Amidst the roaring rock flows, his last sword radiance slashed down. This sword slashed through the void. It contained the power of a great sovereign, accompanied by a vision of heaven and earth. The sword radiance was boundless, and the heat was suffused with mist. Du Tingxian moved. He raised his left arm and went up. As the lightning exploded, Du Tingxuan's lightning palm, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, caught the sword in the blink of an eye. The sword radiance shattered, revealing Gongsun Wuji's heavenly flame tower. The sword's body was trembling, as if it was under immense pressure. At this moment, the dazzling lightning radiance on Du Tingxuan's body dissipated, revealing his true body. However, at this moment, Du Tingxuan's body was covered by a resplendent lightning armor. This lightning armor was filled with lightning and had a misty aura lingering around it. It was tightly attached to Du Tingxuan's body. Du Tingxuan's palm was also covered with the lightning armor. He grabbed Gongsun Wuji's heavenly flame tower with one hand. Lightning exploded within the armor and wrapped around Gongsun Wuji's heavenly flame tower. At this moment, Gongsun Wuji's figure was half revealed from the rock flows behind him. His expression changed. He was shocked and unwilling to accept this. "This is impossible." "Impossible," Gongsun Wuji bellowed. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and madness. Terrifying energy swept out. Blazing runes shone brightly as he activated the heavenly flame tower in his hand with all his might. However, a scene that shocked Gongsun Wuji happened. He could no longer move the heavenly flame tower in his hand. Du Tingxian raised his head. His lightning radiance eyes were extremely sharp. Killing intent surged out as the dazzling lightning spear in his hand swept out. At this moment, the lightning runes, supremacy force, and the power of the Du family's lightning martial vein intertwined together to form a spear. It swept out towards Gongsun Wuji. Boom! The moment this spear appeared, the wind and clouds changed. The void trembled, and heaven and earth lost their color. There was a strange phenomenon in the sky. His speed was too fast, and Du Tingxian had long since been prepared. His spear pierced through the air, piercing straight into Gongsun Wuji's forehead. The dazzling lightning spear pierced through Gongsun Wuji's forehead. Blood spurted out from the back of his head. Blood spurted high into the sky, accompanied by electric arcs. Pfff, Gongsun Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood onto Du Tingxuan's armor. His body then staggered back a few steps. He opened his palm and weakly let go of the heavenly flame tower in his hand. At this moment, Gongsun Wuji's eyes were a little dazed. There was a complicated expression of confusion and unwillingness. "I didn't kill you because you wanted to kill me. I respect your infatuation with Ao Tong." At this moment, Du Tingxian looked at Gongsun Wuji in front of him and said slowly, "I killed you because you wanted to touch my son. Whoever touches my son, I will kill them. Do you understand?" As soon as he finished speaking, his voice spread throughout the divine domain and the Chen Huang mainland. Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, Du Tingxian waved his hand and pulled the long lightning spear out from Gongsun Wuji's forehead. Electric arcs sizzled as blood flew high into the air. The sovereign blood turned into a rain of blood, and light poured down from the sky. Around the square in the divine domain, and in the void of the Chen Huang mainland, countless people were dumbfounded. They felt a chill down their spines. "No, no, don't!" Bang bang! Accompanied by the heart-wrenching cries of the elders from the school of vertical and horizontal, Gongsun Wuji's body cracked from his forehead. Lightning exploded and turned into a rain of blood. His soul was shattered and turned into ashes. Gongsun Wuji was completely dead. Du Tingxian, the school of vertical and horizontal will destroy your entire Du family. Gongsun Hua roared angrily. His eyes were like fire. His words were filled with killing intent. When they landed in the ears of the surrounding people, it was like a gust of cold wind. The killing intent was bone-chilling. Everyone could hear that Gongsun Hua of the school of vertical and horizontal was thoroughly enraged. Gongsun Wuji's death was a price the school of vertical and horizontal could not bear. It was equivalent to destroying the fortunes of the entire school of vertical and horizontal. It was enough to cause the school of vertical and horizontal to decline for thousands of years. Are you afraid? As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in the void again. This time, he appeared beside Du Tingxian. At this moment, the demon king father and son stood together, ancient runes rippling in the void around them. Du Xiaofu, that's enough. Let go of Long San and we can talk. Du Xiaofu, let's talk. All of a sudden, from the dragon race's formation, numerous terrified shouts rang out. The black dragon that Du Xiaofu had captured in his hand made all the members of the dragon race tremble in fear, their dragon souls uneasy. That was Long San. How could the members of the dragon clan not recognize him? They trembled in fear. Long San was the hope of the dragon's clan. He was a nirvana supreme. Given Long San's cultivation base, and the fact that he had the horn of a true dragon on him, none of these powerful beings of the dragon race could imagine how Long San had been captured. But no matter what, all the dragon's clan elites knew that Long San could not die even if Long Si, Long Wu, and the others were dead. The dragon's clan could not bear such a price. It's Long San. He's also been captured by Du Xiaofu. Many beastmen on the Chern Huang mainland exclaimed in shock as they recognized Long San. Why didn't you think of talking when you wanted to kill me? I've said it before. Those who provoke me will have to pay the price. As soon as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, he slapped the space between Long San's eyebrows with his hand. The lightning was destroyed, and Long San's dragon soul was directly shattered. The pupils of Long San's black dragon body constricted. In the end, he shut his eyes in horror. Bastard! I, the dragon's clan, will fight to the death with your Du clan. Long Ting roared. The dragon shadows around him were deafening. Voila! But at this moment, the ancient runes fluctuated in the void above. Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu gradually disappeared. We must kill that little bastard! We must kill that pair of father and son. We will fight to the death. Seeing the father and son disappear, the elders from the school of vertical and horizontal, Dragon's clan, and Legalism clan all shouted angrily. Their eyes were trembling and bloodshot. They're all dead. They're all dead. How could this be? Has our luck really come to an end? Pucci, some elders from the school of vertical and horizontal, Legalism, and Dragon's clan were also vomiting blood. Many elders from the school of Legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and Dragon's clan had bloodshot eyes. Their bodies were trembling and their eyes were tearing up. They could not bear such a price. Huff, huff, all the experts on the Chern Huang mainland sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes were still trembling. They were unable to regain their senses for a long time. The school of vertical and horizontal, Legalism, and Dragon's clan have completely lost this time. Not only have they lost, they should have been completely wiped out. After thousands of years of nurturing, generations of selection, and countless resources, they were all killed by Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu. With such a huge loss, it's normal for the school of Legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and Dragon's clan to vomit blood. This old man has lived for thousands of years. This is the first time I've seen such a powerful and cruel father and son. Some elders and demonic beast experts were discussing in low voices. Even they were lamenting. Du Dingxuan's armor seems to have come from that terrifying existence? And that lightning spear. If I'm not wrong, it might be the inheritance of that terrifying existence. Du Tingxian really did obtain it. Then, some of the top experts in the world began to talk about Du Tingshuan's lightning armor and lightning spear. In the divine dominion, the living beings around the supreme tomb square looked at the sky and trembled violently. In the void, the middle-aged man in the lightning armor was too shocking. Chapter 1685. What a pair of demon king father and son. They're too scary. Du Tingxian is also so strong. Everyone in the square was shocked. The demon king was already terrifying enough, but who would have thought that the demon king's father was also so shocking? On the stone platform, Moksha looked up, his eyes also flashing with electricity. In midair, Du Xiaofu looked at the thunder armor on his drunkard father and the thunder spear in his hand. His eyes twitched as he thought of the 3 treasures of Jinlei Tensei. It was rumored that Jinlei Tensei had 3 treasures, an armor, a weapon, and the 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian. The 9 revolutions divine Lei Lian could help him comprehend the mysteries of thunder whenever he wanted. Du Xiaofu guessed that the dazzling thunder spear and thunder armor in his drunkard father's hands might be the other 2 treasures of Jinlei Tensei. These are the thunder armor and thunder spear. They were left behind by your grandmaster, Jinlei Tensei. Feeling Du Xiaofu's gaze, Du Tingxian said to Du Xiaofu as he gradually withdrew the thunder armor and thunder spear into his body. Du Xiaofu smiled. It looked like his drunkard father had indeed received the true inheritance of Jinlei Tensei. Since his drunkard father's master was Jinlei Tensei, he was naturally one of Du Xiaofu's grandmasters. Drip, as the thunder armor was withdrawn, Du Xiaofu saw that his drunkard father's face was pale. His left palm was cracked and blood was flowing out. Dark red blood was also flowing out of the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had paid a huge price to kill Gongsun Wuji. Bang bang bang, there were still scattered sonic booms in the distant void, but everything was coming to an end. Legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, dragons, and ancient demon beasts saw that Qin Wudi, Long San, Gongsun Wuji, and the Sea Serpent King had either died or fled. They were already being slaughtered. Now they felt even more despair. We are willing to submit. In the end, only 2 Grand Domain Realm Archean Remnant Demonic Beasts and several sealed Domain Realm Archean Remnant Demonic Beasts remained. Under the persuasion of Dang Hu, Qi Long, Xiang Feng, Yunzhan, and the others, they were willing to submit. All right, I accept. Du Xiaofu nodded and accepted the submission of these ancient demonic beasts. As for the disciples of the School of Dragons, Legalism, and School of Vertical and Horizontal, under the siege of the various major powers, all of them suffered a bloodbath. Not a single one of them managed to escape. Although the major forces and the desolate nation had paid a hefty price and lost many people, they all had life-saving talismans. Walala, the Phantom and the Blood Vine Demon took the opportunity to devour the evil blood aura in the void. These were the evil blood aura and remnant souls left behind by the School of Vertical and Horizontal, Legalism, and Dragons. To them, it was definitely a great benefit. Behind Mo Sha, there were quite a few pairs of eyes that were filled with demonic qi that were burning hot. To them, the baleful blood qi was also extremely beneficial. However, Moksha did not move and neither did they. Father, how is Xiaojing? In a corner of the square, Du Xiaofu came to Du Xiaojing's side. At this moment, Du Xiaojing was sitting cross-legged. His body was shrouded in dazzling purple lightning arcs and mysterious purple lightning talisman patterns. That was the Du family's thunder martial vein. There are some things related to the Du family. I'll tell you in detail later. Xiaojing is fine. Instead, he has gained great benefit. He is awakening the Du family's hidden martial vein in his body, Du Tingxian said seriously. Du Xiaofu nodded and did not ask further. He had long felt that the Du family was not simple. From the martial vein in his body, he could tell that they were not a small family. Perhaps they had a glorious history. You are my father's father. Should I call you Grandpa? But you are too young. Little Xingxing came to Du Xiaofu's side. She lifted her head and looked at Du Tingxian curiously. This little girl is not simple. Du Tingxian patted little Xingxing's head and smiled. Uncle Tingxian, Uncle Tingxian. Third uncle. Yi Zijin, Du Xiaoman, Du Yunlong, Du Yu, Du Shui, Du Gui, and many others came forward. After ending the fierce battle, they gathered around happily. Not bad at all. Du Tingxian smiled and glanced at the Du family members. He did not hide his admiration. The Du family was no longer what it used to be. Uncle Tingxian, Uncle Tingxian. Ouyang Shuang bowed. She had never seen Du Tingxian before, but her father and mother had a brotherly relationship with this peerless middle-aged man in front of her. Du Tingxian looked at Ouyang Shuang. Before the surrounding people said anything, he recognized her. He was slightly surprised and smiled. I know who you are. How are your parents? Uncle Tingxian, father and mother are doing well. Ouyang Shuang turned her head and did not dare to raise her head. She was inexplicably nervous. Little girl Shuang, shouldn't you change the way you address me? Du Xiaoman smiled and teased. Sister Xiaoman, Ouyang Shuang's cheeks flushed red. She was no longer like before. She quietly retreated to Du Xiaofu, Xiaoqing, and Dai Xingyu. Ha 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 ha. Good, this is what it means to be even closer. How could Du Tingxian not see it? He knew it when he saw Ouyang Shuang and Du Xiaofu's reaction. He was very happy. She was Ouyang Ling and Yuan Shanshan's daughter. How could he not agree? This was increasing their relationship. Not far away, Dongli Qingqing, Su Muxin, Qi Yeshi, and Sima Muhan stood and looked at the group of people who were laughing. Du Xiaofu looked at Ouyang Shuang, Su Muxin, Dongli Qingqing, Qi Yeshi, and Sima Muhan. His eyes were filled with emotions. Su Muxin and Dongli Qingqing were his women. How could Du Xiaofu not know what Qi Yeshi and Sima Muhan had done for him? Ouyang Shuang's big eyes followed Du Xiaofu's gaze. Her eyes were filled with emotions. Then, a smile that could topple countries appeared on her peerless face. She gently said to Du Tingxian, who was talking to Du Xiaoman and Du Yunlong, Uncle Tingxian, let me introduce you to a few friends who have been helping Xiaofu. Du Tingxuan's eyes twitched. He smiled and said, Okay. Du Xiaofu was stunned. Ouyang Shuang had already brought Du Tingxian over and introduced Su Muxin, Dongli Qingqing, Qi Yeshi, and Sima Muhan. It seems to be a bit chaotic? Brother. Du Xiaoyao and Du Xiaoqing both looked at Du Xiaofu. They were a bit nervous for Du Xiaofu. Little Tiger Du looked at Du Xiaofu with his pure black eyes and asked, Third young master, should we do something? It's already a mess. If we die, then we die. Let's cut the Gordian knot. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. He told someone to look after his sister, Xiao Jing, and also walked over. Hehuan School's sect master, Great Luan Sect's sect master, Yinyang School's holy maiden, Ancient Heaven Sect's young miss. Under Ouyang Shuang's introduction, Du Tingxian got to know Su Muxin, Dongli Qingqing, Qi Yeshi, and Sima Muhan. Father, these two are your daughters-in-law. Du Xiaofu appeared and directly pulled Su Muxin and Dongli Qingqing to Du Tingxian. Su Muxin and Dongli Qingqing were stunned. They were already a bit embarrassed, but at this moment, it was undoubtedly even more embarrassing. Their delicate faces immediately flushed red. They were completely stunned. Yi Shi and Muhan both saved my life. Without them, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. I've always protected your son. Then, Du Xiaofu looked at Qi Yeshi and Sima Muhan, and said to Du Tingxian. Du Tingxian looked at Du Xiaofu, then looked at Qi Yeshi, Sima Muhan, Dongli Qingqing, Su Muxin, and Ouyang Shuang. He was not in a daze, but with a smile, he said to the 5 girls, This is the first time we meet. As a man, I don't know what gift to give. These are some small things on me that can protect me at a critical moment. You all take them first, and the rest of the gift will be given by his mother in the future. However, if this brat betrays you in the future, tell me, and I'll take care of him." When his voice fell, many palm-sized brocade boxes floated out of Du Tingxuan's Qiankuan bag. They were filled with the aura of lightning and landed in front of the 5 girls. "Thank you, Uncle Tingxian." Ouyang Shuang was the first to receive it. Her cheeks were rosy and tender, making people want to take a bite. Su Muxin, Dongli Qingqing, Qi Yeshi, and Sima Muhan hesitated for a moment. They secretly glared at Du Xiaofu, but they all received the brocade boxes in front of them. "Thank you, Uncle." Dongli Qingqing, Qi Yeshi, Sima Muhan, and Su Muxin then bowed to Du Tingxian. "Ha ha!" Du Tingxuan's face was full of smiles. "Junior disciple, it seems like this matter is settled. In the future, the seniority will be yours and mine. It doesn't matter." On the stone platform in the square, Gu Qingyang patted Sima, taking Xing's shoulder, and looked forward with a smile. His 2 protruding teeth were especially eye-catching. "This," Sima taking Xing's side. His deep glass-like eyes were filled with ripples. He suddenly felt a little reluctant in his heart. "Uncle, what is this?" Ouyang Shuang opened the brocade box in her hand. Electric arcs rippled, and a dazzling rune flew out. There were talisman runes that were dazzling to the eye, and lightning surged. A lightning ball the size of a baby's fist appeared in the brocade box. A destructive energy surged out. "Girl, quickly close it." Du Tingxuan's face changed and immediately said to Ouyang Shuang. Ouyang Shuang had already closed the brocade box in her hand when she sensed the destructive energy. That destructive energy had caused her heart to violently tremble. Chapter 1686. Although it's just a small toy, once it explodes, even a sealed domain realm cultivator's soul will be destroyed. Even a grand domain realm cultivator will be severely injured if they don't die. Du Tingxian said to Ouyang Shuang, "In the divine domain, the power of this item will be suppressed, but if it explodes, the shock waves will not be small." "Is this a divine lightning bullet?" Qi Yeshi exclaimed. She recalled a terrifying item in the legends. As expected of a Yin-Yang schoolgirl, this is indeed a divine lightning bullet. Du Tingxian smiled. "It's really a terrifying item." Qi Yeshi clicked her tongue. "What's the origin of the divine lightning bullet?" Ouyang Shuang asked curiously. "It's rumored that the divine lightning bullet was created by Jinlei Tensei. It's said that it uses spiritual lightning as a trigger. Once it explodes, it can directly kill experts. If a large number of divine lightning bullets explode, no one will dare to block it," said Qi Yeshi. "It must be fun. Grandpa, I want it too." Little Xingxing didn't plan to let go of such a fun item and immediately asked for it. "Okay." Du Tingxian smiled and took out 2 brocade boxes, giving them to little Xingxing. Then, he waved his sleeve and a brocade box appeared in front of Du Xiaoman, Yi Zijin, Dai Xingyu, Du Xiaoqing, and Du Shui. He said, "There are 12 in total. I don't have any more." "Thank you, Uncle Tingxian." Yi Zijin, Dai Xingyu, and the others happily received the brocade boxes. Not far away, Zixuan returned to the Phoenix clan's formation and stood quietly. She was tall and slender, with a pair of slender legs that made her look even more beautiful. Du Xiaofu looked at Zixuan and then at Moksha from the Devil religion. "Jueju, you're here too?" In front of the stone platform, Jialo Kaling gracefully walked over. She saw Jialo Jueju, her younger brother. "Anyone can enter the divine domain. I no longer have anything to do with the golden-winged great rock. Go back." Jialo Jumi walked out. The black hair behind his head had a silky luster, and his temperament gave off the noble aura of a prince. However, his eyes were like jet-black agate, incomparably deep. "Grandma is still waiting for you to go back." Jialo Kaling continued to speak. The golden brilliance in her eyes surged, and her tall and slender body trembled slightly. Ripples appeared in Jialo Jumi's deep eyes. His black robe and black hair moved slightly. His nose was straight and his skin was like jade. However, His expression was still calm and indifferent. He looked familiar yet strange at the same time. He said to Giallo Kaling, "Sister, go back. I have nothing to do with the clan anymore." Young clan leader, they seem to be people from the devil religion. Ju Qi is with them. Jialo Juryu stood beside Du Xiaofu. Back when he was outside the territory of the golden-winged great rocks, he had fought with some people from the devil religion and felt the aura of the devil religion. It is indeed the devil religion. Du Xiaofu looked at Moksha and the others from afar. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from where he was standing. Qi. When Du Xiaofu's figure reappeared, he was already standing beside Jialo Kaling. He raised his head slightly and looked at Jialo Jumi. However, he didn't know what to say. Moksha looked at Du Xiaofu. On his exquisite face, there was a hint of playfulness in his smile. He said, "Why? Do you want to fight now? Where is my master?" Du Xiaofu stared at Moksha. "Your master, Xiahou Fenglei?" Moksha had a smile that was not a smile. The curve of his lips was rather perfect, and he was always smiling. However, this smile was dangerous and evil, causing the aura on his body to be very complicated. It was as if he already knew everything about Du Xiaofu. Just now, Du Xiaofu could shock everyone, but he couldn't shock Moksha. He smiled and said, "I can tell you that your master Xiahou Fenglei is not dead yet. His 3,000 Thunder Soul seed must have fallen into your hands. In addition to the Silvernet soul-devouring thunder, you have a lot of spiritual thunder on you." Phew! Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and looked at Moksha. He said, "I think that with your status in the devil religion, it should be no problem for me to capture you in exchange for my master." It's the people of the devil religion. When the words devil religion came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth, many people around the square changed their expressions, especially those from the school of agriculture, school of Buddhism, and school of Taoism. The devil religion has appeared again. Many people's eyes lit up. At that moment, on the stone platform, Moksha didn't care about the gazes of the people around him. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile on his face and said, "If you think that you have the strength to defeat me, you can try. However, I have to remind you out of goodwill that even if you can defeat me, there aren't many people around you who can defeat me. The sovereign tomb is about to open, let's wait until the very end. Only one of us can enter the final sovereign tomb." This Moksha seems to be very strong. Du Xiaoyao appeared beside Du Xiaofu and looked at Moksha with her golden spiritual eyes. Little Xingxing also appeared beside Du Xiaofu. On that innocent and harmless face, his eyes were looking at Moksha with a faint golden flame. He seemed to be ready to attack at any time. Phew! Phew! Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. Du Xiaofu was very clear about Moksha's strength. Back in the Tianhuang mainland, there was no clear victor. At this moment, Du Xiaofu felt that Moksha was still emitting a dangerous aura. Du Xiaofu had a vague premonition that Moksha's dangerous aura far surpassed Qin Wudi and Gongsun Wuji. Then, looking at the disciples of the desolate country behind him, Du Xiaofu said to Du Xiaoyao, "Little Xingxing, and the others, the supreme tomb hasn't appeared yet. Let's roast some meat first. There's still a dragon to be stewed. It won't be nutritious if we wait too long. Alright, let's eat." Little Xingxing was hungry again, and the golden flame in his eyes slowly dissipated. Du Xiaofu turned around and left. Moksha still had a slight smile on his face. Then, he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest. Even the Demon King seems to be wary of him. What kind of powerful existence is he? Moksha. I don't think I've heard of him before. It's rumored that Moksha has appeared in the Tianhuang mainland before. Someone spoke up and discussed Moksha. Since the Demon King and Du Xiaofu were wary of him, they couldn't help but take him seriously. As for the two words demonic sect, the more profound the background of a force, the more moved they would be. Lien Qing Rong, Fire Cloud Evil God, the green-clothed youth who was full of vitality, and the youth whose eyes were like hell were all looking at Mo Shah, intentionally or otherwise. Has the devil sect officially appeared in the world? They are a terrifying power that has been hidden very deeply. They have existed for a very long time and have caused huge waves in the past. In the village, an old woman said to the younger generation, her eyes filled with worry. It's rumored that the devil religion has a great origin and has appeared before. But it was suppressed and disappeared. I didn't expect it to appear again. An old man from the Taoist school said, the devil religion seems to be related to the great calamity of the world. The appearance of the devil religion isn't a good thing. In the Confucian school, an old man was also worried. He said to his juniors, the devil religion is afraid of the 9 great families and some hidden existences. They didn't dare to show themselves and have been silent in the dark. Now that they have appeared, perhaps the great calamity of the world has already begun. Chapter 1687. Elder, if the devil religion is related to the great calamity of heaven and earth, why don't we act now? A young man and woman asked the old man. The 9 great families have restrictions. As long as the 9 divine lightning cauldrons don't appear, the 9 great families can't interfere with anything in the outside world. Besides, the devil religion is definitely not easy to deal with. It's not good to act in the divine domain. We'll discuss it when we return. An old man from the Mo family warned the Mo family disciples. On the stone platform, Moksha, who was sitting cross-legged, slightly opened his slightly closed eyes. He swept his gaze around, and some lightning flashed in his eyes. Then, he restrained himself and closed his eyes again, ignoring them. The mysterious purple-robed, green-bodied figure and Giallo Jumi also sat cross-legged behind Mo Shah. Both of them had their eyes closed and were resting their minds. After a while, the square was filled with the aroma of meat. In front of shocked and trembling eyes, many ancient demonic beasts and flood dragons around the square were cleaned by the Ghost Chariot, Phantom Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and the others, and turned into a pile of fragrant barbecued meat by Du Xiaofu. The barbecued meat was filled with energy, fluctuating with multicolored light and emitting a meat fragrance. As for Long San's body, he was a descendant of a supreme Nirvana true self Nirvana realm true dragon. He was in Du Xiaofu's cauldron, and along with many spiritual herbs, he became a dragon bone treasure soup. In the multicolored light, there were mysterious runes of dragons. The treasure soup boiled, and a faint shadow of a black dragon roared. It was a shocking sight. The energy is too amazing. It's a treasure among treasures. More and more people in the square were amazed. Some of the old men from the 9 great families had their eyes wide open. Not to mention Long San's black dragon treasure soup, even the large pile of barbecued flood dragons and archaic demonic beast descendants on the huge barbecue table was definitely not ordinary barbecued meat. They all contained a shocking amount of energy. Eating a mouthful of them was like eating spirit herbs. Do you want to eat? Du Xiaofu asked Du Tingxian when the fragrance of the meat permeated the air and the dragon bone soup was boiling. Looking at the barbecued meat, Du Tingxian seemed to be reminiscing about something. He smiled at Du Xiaofu and said, "Of course." Eat. Following Du Xiaofu's command, the disciples from the desolate country, Tiantian country, 7-Star Hall, Tianwu Academy, Hehuan School, and Ancient Heaven sect all rushed forward. This is mine. I want to chew on the wings. Little Star plucked off a large wing of an archaic demonic beast and wolfed it down. Its small stomach was like a bottomless pit. Qi Yeshi, Dongli Qingqing, Ouyang Shuang, Yizijin, Phantom, Du Shui, Jialo Kaling, and the others were all beautiful women, but at this moment they were all stained with smoke and fire. The surrounding members of the 9 great clans simply could not believe that each and every one of those alluring women would actually have such a disregard for their image. Don't blame me for not exposing my identity. Du Xiaofu carried a piece of barbecued meat to Qi Jejun from the Yinyang family. Now that he knew Qi Jiajun's identity, he also knew that Qi Jiajun had helped him a lot in the Yinyang family. Limitless brilliant star spear, you have to find an opportunity to return it to me. Qi Jiajun smiled and took the barbecued meat without hesitation. He whispered to Du Xiaofu. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu secretly rolled his eyes, then nodded and said, "Okay, I'll find an opportunity to return it to you. Straightforward. Then I'll also help you and my sister at home. Don't worry." Qi Jiajun patted Du Xiaofu's shoulder, very satisfied. Then, the two of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and mingled together. Qi Yeshi couldn't help but be startled when she saw this. Then, she smiled and asked the disciples from the Yinyang family to join in the barbecued meat. "Sister Xiao Luo, brother Zhou Yu, you guys eat some too. Tastes really good." Du Xiaoqing also pulled the people from the farmer's family over. The people from the Mo family were also pulled over by Sima Muhan. Just now, the people from the three great families were all eating, so now they were not polite. But when they tasted the barbecued meat, they were all moved. The disciples from the great families all lost their manners. Mo Runan and Zhou Xiaoluo, those two otherworldly women, were also pulled into the sea. When they saw Su Muxin, Jialo Kaling, Ouyang Shuang, and the others eating, they couldn't help but try it, and they couldn't stop themselves. As for the Black Dragon treasure soup, only a few people could drink it. Those who weren't strong enough didn't dare to touch it. That was a supreme nirvana dragon. Its supreme nirvana blood, dragon bones, and dragon meat were all stewed together in a pot. How shocking was the energy! Mo Runan and Zhou Xiaoluo couldn't help but taste the Black Dragon treasure soup in the end. Not to mention the taste of the Black Dragon treasure soup, just the soup made by the descendant of a supreme nirvana dragon was probably the only shop in the world. If they missed it this time, they probably wouldn't have the chance to taste it again in their lifetime. "Mother, you eat some too." Little Xingxing took a large pile of barbecued meat and Black Dragon treasure soup to the Phoenix clan's lineup and handed it to Zixuan. She didn't forget her godmother. There was a lot of barbecued meat, and the large pile of monster corpses was like a mountain in the distance. "Are you interested in eating some together?" Du Xiaofu ate the barbecued meat and drank the Black Dragon treasure soup. Then, he looked at the Taoist, Confucian, and Buddhist schools. There were familiar faces among them, including Heng Qi, Su Lingzi, Meng Wui, Yen Lihan, and the others who were defeated by him before. "I can't help it," Su Yangzi of the Taoist school spoke. He was the first to walk over. "Indeed, I can't help it. Let me try it too." Kong Sansi of the Confucian school shook his clothes and didn't stand on ceremony. "Amitba, thank you for your kindness. Benefactor Du, my school of Buddhism really can't touch meat." The extraordinary young man leading the school of Buddhism said to Du Xiaofu. "Heng Luan, your school of Buddhism is so troublesome?" Kong Sansi had already eaten the barbecued meat and said to the young monk leading the legalism school of Buddhism impolitely. "It can't be helped. The school of Buddhism has clear rules and precepts. We must abide by them." The young monk called Heng Luan had a shining ring on his head. He looked at the many old monks beside him with a helpless gaze. "All right then." Du Xiaofu didn't force the school of Buddhism. He was afraid that with the old monks present, the young monks wouldn't dare violate the rules. After all, back on Tianhuang continent, ninefold spirits had secretly eaten a lot. At this moment, all the schools of Buddhism had called out to Du Xiaofu, except for the school of Buddhism. This made the school of Buddhism's members' expressions turn cold and unsightly. Their expressions weren't very pleasant. Du Xiaofu didn't call out to Lian Qingrong. The Black Dragon treasure soup had great benefits, but with Lian Qingrong's cultivation and strength, there was no need to go that far. He had other arrangements. "Do you want a bite?" Du Xiaofu walked over to Jiangchen. "All right." Jiangchen smiled. His face was sharp and angular, and he didn't stand on ceremony. "Where have you been all these years?" "Cultivating." How does the barbecued meat taste? Not bad. How have you been all these years? Pretty good. The two of them chatted. Du Xiaofu asked questions, and Jiangchen answered. In the end, Du Xiaofu glared at Jiangchen, feeling a bit gloomy. Everyone talks about their own seniority. It has nothing to do with them. At some point, Sima Taxing had walked over with Du Tingxian. They sat in a corner of the stone platform, each of them pulling out a jug of wine and drinking from it. A bloody battle was supposed to be a public square where everyone should be on guard. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu had turned it into a barbecue party. Everyone was eating happily. A moment later, Du Xiaofu walked over to Du Tingxian and sat down on the edge of the platform. What were you and my senior brother talking about just now? He asked. Du Tingxian handed the jug of wine to Du Xiaofu. He said his family's cabbage might have been eaten by my family's pig. He's a bit reluctant to part with it. What cabbage? What pig? Du Xiaofu took a sip of wine. He was a bit surprised, but at the moment he felt nostalgic. The wine tasted right. He glanced at his sister, Xiaojing, who was still awakening her martial meridians. The wine tasted even better. I don't know if his family's cabbage was eaten by his pig, said Du Tingxian. But even if my family's pig was eaten by someone else, he'd still get half of it. Du Xiaofu understood. He rolled his eyes at Du Tingxian, then handed over the jug of wine. You did a good job. Du Tingxian took a sip, and there was a slight smell of alcohol on his body. However, it was clear that he was very happy today. Looking at the various factions, Taoists, and Confucians that Du Xiaofu had pulled over to eat meat and drink wine, he said to Du Xiaofu seriously, "Remember my words. No matter how strong you are, you can't allow yourself to be isolated. That is a very dangerous thing. No matter how strong you are, you can't support everything. You need people and friends by your side. The people by your side will make sure that you don't step on empty air, and your friends will be able to support you. No matter how strong a person is, he seems to be weak. A tree that stands out in the forest attracts the wind. When the wind is strong, it's easy to break the tree." "Yes. I understand." Du Xiaofu nodded seriously. Since childhood, it seemed that this was the first time he talked so seriously with his alcoholic father. "You did better than me," Du Tingxian said. Du Xiaofu looked at his sister, Xiaojing, and said softly, "I've seen Mother. Your mother should be very happy, right?" Du Tingxuan's eyes flickered as he took a sip of wine. "Yes." Du Xiaofu nodded. When his mother was mentioned, he felt the fluctuation in his alcoholic father's heart. He knew that his alcoholic father must miss his mother more than him. After wolfing down the food on the square, many figures sat down cross-legged and began to refine the huge amount of energy in their bodies. With so many people together, there were people from many major forces present. They were not afraid that someone would secretly play tricks. Light filled the air, mysterious runes fluctuated, and many figures fluctuated. Zhou Xiaoluo, Mo Runan, Du Yunlong, Gui Che, Jialo Juyu, Little Xingxing, and the others who drank the Black Dragon treasure soup were also sitting cross-legged and adjusting their breath. The benefits contained in the Black Dragon treasure soup were definitely not small. Whoosh whoosh in the distance, there were still people coming over. They were all here to fight for the greatest opportunity in the Supreme Tomb. These creatures that arrived last felt the strange atmosphere in the square. They felt that something was wrong and strange. Bang bang roar soon after, new battles began in the square. The roars of beasts and sonic booms of energy could be heard constantly. Some forces and powerful demonic beasts were having the final showdown. They were fighting for the ownership of the remaining stone platforms. Whoever could get it first would have the upper hand. Chapter 1688. There were a total of 10 stone platforms. Originally, only Lian Qingrong, the green-robed youth, the hell-eyed black-robed youth, the dragons, the famed scholars, the legalism, and the school of vertical and horizontal each occupied a stone platform. Later, Du Xiaofu chased away the famed scholars, the devil religion chased away a group of Yao beasts, and Du Xiaofu destroyed the dragons, the legalism, and the school of vertical and horizontal. So now, many stone platforms were empty. As for the school of Yinyang, the school of Taoism, the school of Confucianism, the school of Buddhism, the school of agriculture, and the Phoenix clan, they were all watching from the sidelines. They approached the stone platforms, but they didn't actually set foot on them. Rumor had it that if they could seize a stone platform, they would have the upper hand. Naturally, they wouldn't be polite. Many powerful beast clans began to compete. They were all Yao clans of the beast region. There were huge heavenly serpents and demon eagles that covered the sky with their wings. Demonic energy filled the sky. There were also huge lightning elephants that rampaged like mountains. There were also Taigu goldbiter rat. Let's fight! After that, the school of Yinyang, the school of agriculture, the school of agriculture, and the Phoenix clan also began to compete. Roar! Bang! 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 The battle was intense. The roars of the beasts were like thunder, dazzling the eyes. Continuous sonic booms rang out. But in the end, after the school of Yinyang's Qi Jejun, the school of agriculture, and the others began to compete, the 10 directional stone platforms were officially claimed. The desolate nation, the devil religion, Lian Qingrong, the fire cloud evil god, the green-robed youth, and the hell-eyed black-robed youth. Naturally, no one dared to provoke them. The school of Moism, the school of agriculture, the school of Buddhism, the school of Taoism, and the school of Yinyang each fought for the remaining stone platforms. Of the 10 stone platforms, 9 were already claimed. The Phoenix clan and the school of Confucianism were still fighting over the last one. Huang Ling and Kong Sansi were fighting one-on-one. Du Xiaofu was sizing them up. This was the first time he'd seen Huang Ling fight. The woman and Phoenix battle attracted everyone's attention. When Kong Sansi finally revealed his lesser sovereign nirvana identity and true self nirvana cultivation base, Huang Linger also revealed her lesser sovereign nirvana identity and true self nirvana cultivation base. The battle between the sorcery force of the Confucian school and the Phoenix race was undoubtedly the most intense battle since the battles between the desolate nation, the dragons, and the school of vertical and horizontal. After a few hundred moves, the two of them were still unable to determine a victor. Kong Sansi had already transformed into a giant hundreds of meters tall, like an ancient sorcerer who had traveled through time and space. The sorcerer's body emitted a misty mist, like millions of mountains descending from the sky, making people feel like their hearts were about to explode and go limp. The power of the sorcerer god is truly extraordinary. This was Du Xiaofu's second time seeing the sorcerer's power of the Confucian school, and he was still amazed by it. This sorcerer's power was extremely strange. My Confucian school will not fight for the stone platform. Peace is the most important thing. Kong Sansi's giant body, which was surrounded by the sorcerer's power, swept his gaze across the Phoenix race's lineup. Zixuan was also there, and he seemed to be a little afraid of the beautiful woman who had been standing beside Zixuan and Huang Linger. After his voice fell, he withdrew his sorcerer's power and stopped fighting. Huang Linger withdrew her body, smiled, and stepped onto the last stone platform. That woman seems to have not used her full strength yet. She's getting more and more terrifying. Guqin Demon stood beside Du Xiaofu. He was not in a hurry to adjust his breathing. He was instinctively afraid of Huang Linger. Back in the heavenly beast tomb, he was chased by Huang Linger all over the place. Kong Sansi should also have some trump cards, but he's smart. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. He could see that Huang Linger had not used her full strength yet, but Kong Sansi should also have a trump card. If these two wanted to determine the winner, they would only know at the end. However, Kong Sansi knew in his heart that the Phoenix race still had little sovereign Zixuan, who was at the Nirvana True Self realm. The Phoenix race also had a beautiful woman who was definitely very strong. On the other hand, although the disciples of the Confucian school were not weak, and they were all extraordinary and outstanding, there was no one who could compete with Zixuan and that beautiful woman. Therefore, Kong Sansi had already realized that the Confucian school would not be able to win if they continued to fight. Instead of being defeated in the end, it was better to retreat first and leave to fight for the supreme tomb. The Confucian school retreated a little dejectedly. They were also very helpless in the face of the Phoenix race. Kong Sansi, do you want to come up and join us? Du Xiaofu looked at Kong Sansi with a faint smile. The gloomy Kong Sansi raised his head, looked at Du Xiaofu, and grinned. His Confucian robes fluttered as he laughed. Perfect. Deference is no substitute for obedience. As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Sansi acted as if they were familiar with each other. He bluntly led the Confucian disciples onto the stone platform. Although the stone platforms were vast, the desolate nation, the profound talisman sect, the profound underworld sect, the beast region, the ghost chariot king, the phantom tiger king, the star swallower king, the savage bear king, and many other Yao beasts were also present. Now, with the addition of the Confucian school, it immediately became a little crowded. However, it was still alright. It wasn't too crowded. The Confucian school disciples didn't act arrogantly in front of the desolate nation disciples. After witnessing the desolate nation's ferocious killing intent and terrifying strength, they knew what to expect. They all nodded slightly. The atmosphere was quite pleasant. Jiangchen, do you want to come up? Du Xiaofu asked, gazing at Jiangchen from afar. No need. Jiangchen shook his head and stood there quietly. The side of his face was so perfect and broad that some of the women around him couldn't help but steal a few more glances at him. The 10 stone platforms already had owners. The most dejected of all were the School of Famers. Originally, the School of Famers wanted to fight for a spot, but in the end, when they looked at the 10 stone platforms and sized them up, they couldn't seem to find a single worthy opponent. All they could do was stand off to the side, depressed. Time slowly passed. People continued to arrive from all over the plaza. However, there weren't many of them. They were scattered here and there. After sizing up the plaza, they stood off in the distance, not daring to get too close. However, as soon as they appeared, they charged straight for the center of the plaza. Who dares block the path of the dragons? Scram! Those who oppose the path of the legalism will die. Who dares block the path of the school of vertical and horizontal? Scattered throughout the god domain, a few disciples of the dragons, the school of legalism, and the school of vertical and horizontal hurried to the plaza. They gathered together in large groups, looking down on the living creatures outside the plaza. They were extremely domineering and arrogant. When they saw the disciples of the dragons, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the school of legalism loftily approaching, the living creatures around them secretly sneered and automatically made way for them. The final result was as expected. The disciples of the dragons, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the school of legalism were not even enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the desolate country. They killed every single one of them that appeared. They didn't even know how they died. The next day, in the center of the plaza, many figures of the school of Yinyang, the school of Moism, and the school of agriculture woke up. Their eyes shone brightly, and their auras surged vigorously. They had all obtained some benefit. This is a little strange. Some of the elders woke up. They discovered something special. In the god domain, they felt that the suppression had lessened by a lot. Some of the elders who had surpassed the initial domain of the martial domain realm realized that their true strength was no longer suppressed. There were some signs of it loosening, but it wasn't completely loosening. This change made some of the elders who discovered some clues feel that it was strange. The Chunhuang mainland was silent for no reason. According to the news from inside, the Supreme Tomb seems to be opening soon? This is the last time God's domain space will open. I wonder if the greatest opportunity will appear? What is the greatest opportunity, and who will obtain it. They were even more nervous than the people in the divine domain. Everything in the divine domain was related to the destiny of all the major powers and clans. It was said that the greatest destiny could be obtained by the disciples of their clans and clans. If the disciples of their clans and clans could obtain it, they would be able to influence the destiny of their clans and clans for tens of thousands of years. On the towering mountain peak, the people of the school of vertical and horizontal legalism and the dragons gathered together. Their faces were extremely gloomy. There isn't much time left. We must find a way to get rid of that father and son. Otherwise, the school of vertical and horizontal dragons and legalism will be a huge problem. Gongsun Yen transmitted her voice to Li Chunfa, Qin Tianshi, and Long Ting's ears. Li Chunfa, Qin Tianshi, that father and son are the scourge left behind by your legalism. You have to bear the main responsibility. Chapter 1689. This matter is closely related to your school of legalism as well. Don't forget that our school of legalism's losses are no less than yours. Li Chunfa transmitted, his expression dark. There's no need for your legalism and school of vertical and horizontal to argue. Getting rid of that father and son pair is the most important thing now. If they really do come out, I'm afraid that the school of Mo, the school of Farmer, the school of Inyang, and the golden-winged Great Pung clan will intervene. It won't be easy to kill them outside. Draco transmitted. He was worried that the school of Inyang and the golden-winged Great Pung clan would join forces to protect the father and son. It would not be easy to kill them outside. What else can we do? Our people are already bleeding in the Divine Dominion. We can't enter the Divine Dominion, so there's no way we can kill them. Li Chunfa transmitted. Not necessarily. Someone from the school of vertical and horizontal brought out the news. The heavens want that father and son dead. Gongsun Hua transmitted to Li Chunfa, Qin Tianshi, and Draco. The suppression in the Divine Dominion is weakening. Perhaps this has to do with the fact that this is the last time the Divine Dominion is open. The suppression inside is weakening. If it weakens a little more, our chance will come. This is the will of the heavens. The heavens want that father and son dead. I've been secretly trying to make contact with the Divine Dominion these past few days. I've found that the suppression is indeed weakening. Draco transmitted. But the father and son are no longer the same as before. Even so, our dragons, the school of vertical and horizontal, and the legalism have all been killed. There are only a few scattered people left. Even if there are some elders left, they won't be enough to kill the father and son. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, we have to go in personally this time. Gongsun Hua transmitted. That's impossible. We can't go in. Qin Tianshi's dragon robe fluttered. His eyes flashed as he transmitted to Gongsun Hua. Even if we can get in, the school of Mo, the school of Inyang, the school of Farmer, and the golden-winged Great Pung clan will make a move. We won't have any advantage. The restriction in the Divine Dominion is weakening. We have a chance to go in. Gongsun Hua sneered. We don't have to go in ourselves. It's enough to kill the Demon King and his son. No one will know. Kiki. It seems to me that Gongsun Hua, Li Chunfa, and Long Ting are up to no good. What are they discussing? I don't think they have good intentions. On the mountain peak in the distance, old monster Xing Hun's voice transmission landed in the ears of the old lady, old man Di Pe, and Bing Mo, who were seated cross-legged on the surrounding mountain peaks. Looking at Li Chunfa, Gongsun Hua, and the others on the distant mountain peak, old monster Xing Hun felt uneasy. Their people should have already been annihilated in the divine domain. Naturally, they are unwilling. Old man Daipai sent a voice transmission. Fortunately, within the divine domain, they are unable to interfere. When that Du Xiaofu comes out, all we have to do is keep a close eye on him. I'm afraid they want to attack us secretly. It will be hard to guard against them. Bing Mo was worried. Keep an eye on Li Chenfa, Qin Tianshi, Long Ting, and Gong Sun Huo. If they dare to make a move, don't blame me for being rude. In the God domain, the atmosphere in the square had become tense and oppressive for no reason. Hula, at some point in time, light began to seep out of the void and illuminate the vast square. Looks like the supreme tomb is about to open. An old man raised his head and looked at the void with anticipation and nervousness. Qi La on the stone platform, the golden light around Du Xiaofu retracted as he opened his eyes. Golden light rippled, lightning flickered, starlight filled the air, and purple flames fluctuated. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Du Xiaofu stood up and stretched. Du Xiaofu stared at the light that seeped out from the void. It was sometimes dark and sometimes bright, accompanied by a vast aura. Du Xiaofu was contemplating. Maybe the tomb was about to open. Sister, if you have time, go back and take a look. Father and mother miss you a lot. Let's talk about it when we have time. The supreme tomb is about to open, be careful. Don't be rash. I know, I'll just hide behind you. Why are you walking with him? We met halfway. Big Lon, Little Lon, and I got lost. If not for him, we would have been in deep trouble. In a way, he saved me. Not far away there was a voice. Although it was soft, it couldn't escape Du Xiaofu's ears. It was a familiar voice. Du Xiaofu looked over. Not far away, he saw two familiar figures. One was Su Muxin, and the other was the woman surnamed Su who had been following him from the ancient forest. The two women sensed Du Xiaofu's gaze and slightly raised their eyes. Su Muxin's eyes flickered, she was naturally charming. The woman surnamed Su rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. At this moment there were many people around the stone platform. She transmitted her voice to Du Xiaofu. I didn't mean to hide it from you. My name is Su Mian. If you dare to bully my sister in the future, even if I can't beat you, I won't be polite to you. Sister. Su Mian, hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly widened. Of course, Du Xiaofu remembered who Su Mian was. Back then, one of the 12 heroes of Tianhuang mainland, there was a mysterious Su Mian. However, he had never met her and only heard of her name. Su Muxin. Su Muxin, Du Xiaofu was stunned. So the person who had been following him all this time was Su Muxin's sister. It seemed that she was his sister-in-law. Looking at Du Xiaofu's stunned gaze, Su Muxin's clear eyes rippled. She transmitted her voice to Du Xiaofu. I grew up in Hehuan school and didn't have much contact with my family. No one outside knows about my relationship with Mian. Thank you for your help on the way. Du Xiaofu nodded to Su Muxin. His face secretly twitched. Thinking that he didn't seem to have offended her along the way, he was relieved. It's time to talk about the matter between us. Du Xiaofu helped up the heavenly demon Yeluhan, who had been shackled but had been thrown on the stone platform, and released the voice restriction. The pitiful heavenly demon Yeluhan's battle strength was enough to rank him in the top 10 of the entire divine realm. He was also an ancient genius who had been sealed for a long time and had deliberately not broken through. At this moment, he was like a fallen phoenix, not even comparable to a chicken. The bloody hole on Yeluhan's back that had been punched by Du Xiaofu had stopped bleeding, but it was still dripping with blood. Faintly, one could see the dark red bones underneath, which was a ghastly sight to behold. Du Xiaofu, what do you want? If you want to kill me, then do as you please. As a grand Nirvana stage expert, why do you have to threaten me like this? This is despicable. Yeluhan immediately said in a deep voice after the voice restriction was released. However, at this moment, facing the terrifying demon king in front of him, even the ferocious demon king that couldn't be killed, Yeluhan already felt fear in his heart. The demon king in front of him was too ferocious, and he couldn't help but feel fear. Sigh, if you were an evil beast, then I would be able to eat you. Roast or stew you, it wouldn't be a waste. Du Xiaofu looked at Yeluhan and sighed with disappointment. However, you are a human. Killing you would be a waste. Tell me, what should I do with you? Yelu Han's eyes twitched. He didn't doubt Du Xiaofu's words. He had seen with his own eyes how Du Xiaofu had pulled out the bone and stewed it into a stew. Yelu Han's heart skipped a beat. We have no enmity between us. I only formed an alliance with Gongsun Wuji because I wanted to borrow the true dragon horn of the dragon race. Today I, Yelu Han, have fallen into your hands. If you are a man, then give me a quick death, Yelu Han said in a deep voice. He was already a peerless talent thousands of years ago. How could he be so arrogant? At this moment, he had never been humiliated like this before. To him, this was more serious than death. You still dare to say that you have no enmity with me? First, you destroyed my puppet. Then, you attacked me with Gongsun Wuji, Long San and Qin Wudi. This enmity is too big. Du Xiaofu's voice reached Yelu Han's ears. However, I am a magnanimous person today. I won't bicker with you. When Yelu Han heard this, he still did not understand what was going on. Soon after, under his astonished gaze, he saw Du Xiaofu, who had a ferocious expression just a moment ago, reveal an incomparably warm smile towards him. That smile clearly made him feel that it harbored ill intentions. Then, the ferocious demon king intimately stuffed a thick healing pill into his mouth. At the same time, he undid the seal on his body. Yelu Han was stunned. He was completely stunned. He didn't know what was going on. The healing pill that the demon king Du Xiaofu gave him was a treasure. Its grade was extraordinary. It was at the domain grade. It was priceless. Brother Yelu, I'm sorry for making you suffer. The people from the school of vertical and horizontal legalism and dragons are almost all dead. I said that as long as you bring the people from the school of vertical and horizontal and tell me their weaknesses, the enmity with you for destroying my puppet will be written off. Now our enmity is written off. From now on you, Yelu Han, will be Du Xiaofu's brother. Du Xiaofu's voice rang out. His voice was laced with profound energy. He said loudly, From now on Yelu Han, the sky demon, will be my Du Xiaofu's brother. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the square was in an uproar. Some people were in an uproar. Oh my God, so the sky demon Yelu Han and the demon king Du Xiaofu were working together. Gongsun Wuji's death was too tragic. No wonder the demon king Du Xiaofu didn't kill the sky demon Yelu Han. The demon king didn't show any mercy to Yelu Han. There's something wrong here. That's because the sky demon Yelu Han also has a grudge with the demon king Du Xiaofu. The demon king Du Xiaofu will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. However, they must be working together. No wonder Qin Wudi, Gongsun Wuji and Long San were killed. It turns out that Yelu Han told the demon king Du Xiaofu their weaknesses. Chapter 1690. In an instant, as Du Xiaofu's voice sounded, the surroundings of the square broke into a flurry of discussions. An uproar broke out as many people felt as if they had come to a sudden realization. Even Zhou Xiaoluo, Kong Sansi, Mo Runan, Heng Luan, and the others who were resting opened their eyes in surprise. Du Xiaofu Yelu Han's eyes were filled with anger. He was curious why the demon king was suddenly so nice to him. He was not a fool. How could he not know that Du Xiaofu was scheming against him? Du Xiaofu killed Dragons San, Gongsun Wuji, Qin Wudi, and the others. The Dragon Clan, Legalism, and School of Vertical and Horizontal were probably going crazy and vomiting blood. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was clearly pulling him into the same boat. At that time, he would not be able to defend himself. The Dragon Clan, Legalism, and School of Vertical and Horizontal and Dragons would rather mistakenly kill 1,000 people than let one of them go. They would definitely not forgive him. Once he got out of the divine domain, Yelu Han was very clear about what awaited him. Brother Yelu, if I were you, I would definitely heal myself first to avoid suffering. What do you say? Du Xiaofu directly interrupted Yelu Han's words. There was a smile in his eyes, a smile that was very sweet and also very warm. Hurry up and heal your injuries. I'll protect you. The sovereign tomb might open at any moment. You've waited for thousands of years, don't miss it. Also, quickly drink this spiritual liquid, it's very beneficial to your injuries. Don't worry, I won't go so far as to poison you. As soon as his voice fell, Du Xiaofu took out a jade bottle out of nowhere. It was filled with multicolored light, fluctuating with rich energy. It was obvious that it was a precious treasure. Yelu Han glared at Du Xiaofu, the blood in his body was surging. He almost vomited blood, but in the end, he forced himself to endure it. After waiting for thousands of years, the supreme tomb would open at any time. For this day, Yelu Han had paid an unimaginable price and effort. He really could not miss it. Humph! Yelu Han glared at Du Xiaofu and snorted. At this moment, he really did need a large amount of elixirs to heal himself. He took the jade bottle from Du Xiaofu's hand and drank it all in one gulp. Aolo, the spiritual liquid from the jade bottle entered his throat. It was accompanied by a dragon roar as it was emitted. Multicolored light soared to the sky and energy surged. This caused quite a number of gazes from all around the square to turn crimson with envy. Brother Yelu, Long San's soup tastes pretty good, right? This is what I promised you in advance. If you want to drink anything else in the future, just tell me in advance. Du Xiaofu's voice rang out once again. Although there was no profound energy mixed in, his voice was very loud, enough for everyone to hear. Yelu Han was dumbfounded, his eyes fixed on Du Xiaofu. He finally understood that he had been tricked by Du Xiaofu again. After drinking Long San's black dragon treasure soup, not to mention 100 mouths, even if he had 1,000 mouths, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. This demon king, Du Xiaofu, didn't give him elixirs and black dragon treasure soup. This was clearly a trap for him to jump into. Yelu Han glared at Du Xiaofu. The blood in his body surged and his eyes rippled like a sea of blood. But in the end, Yelu Han's face was filled with anger and his body was trembling. He no longer paid attention to Du Xiaofu and sat down cross-legged to heal himself. As expected, this was premeditated. They worked together from the inside. He even drank Long San's soup. It seems like their relationship is pretty good. Seeing the heavenly demon Yelu Han begin to heal himself on the stone platform, the surrounding people were basically certain that the heavenly demon Yelu Han and Du Xiaofu were putting on a show to gain sympathy. On a stone platform, Lian Qingrong looked over from afar with a helpless smile hanging on the corner of her mouth. Beside Du Xiaofu, Zhen Qinchun, Master Apothecary Yi Wuming, and the others all knew what was going on. They could only smile sympathetically at the heavenly demon Yelu Han. This guy really went all out in scheming. However, Zhen Qinchun and Yi Wuming were extremely reluctant to part with Du Xiaofu's hard-earned capital. They faintly felt their hearts ache. Crackle, crackle, suddenly, an arc of lightning shot into the sky above the square and scattered in the air. Boom! A murderous aura, as if it was punishing all living things, suddenly swept across the sky. This murderous aura shocked everyone. They immediately looked towards the direction of the aura and into the distance. The place Du Tingxian had always been guarding had a blazing aura of lightning rising from it. It was as if a scarlet sun had appeared in the sky. Crackle, 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 Du Xiaojing, who had been awakening her martial veins, finally had the purple arc of lightning on her body become extremely dazzling. The blazing light of lightning was like a rising purple sun. Countless dazzling lightning runes seemed to connect with her bones, muscles, blood vessels, cells, and internal organs. They also surged out and covered the sky. Above the sky, arcs of lightning suddenly overflowed in all directions. Thunderclouds covered the sky, instantly shocking all living things and making them tremble with fear. Crackle, crackle, suddenly Du Xiaojing's eyes, which had been closed for a long time, opened when the arcs of lightning were at their most blazing. blazing purple lightning burst out from her eyes as if it had materialized. It connected with the thunderclouds in the sky and attacked the thunderclouds, turning into a huge vortex of lightning arc. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the space in the square trembled violently. The terrifying might of lightning filled the sky, and countless arcs of lightning pierced through the space. Crackle, crackle, purple arcs of lightning shuttled through the sky, causing the space to explode and overturn. An endless stream of lightning fell on Du Xiaojing's body. This purple lightning was filled with a murderous aura. It was not austere, but the might of creation. It revealed the righteousness of heaven and earth, and was vast and mighty. This kind of pressure spread, causing all the living things to look at the spreading might of lightning. All the hair on their bodies suddenly stood on end. At this moment, the living things in the square trembled violently in their minds and souls. They were so frightened that they almost wanted to crawl on the ground. She also has the bloodline of the Du family and has awakened her martial veins. On the stone platform occupied by the devil religion, Moksha had also stood up. He looked at Du Xiaojing in the distance, who was connected to the purple arc of lightning in the sky. His eyes also flashed with lightning. Behind Moksha, the mysterious purple-robed figure also stood up and raised his head. The hood of his robe covered his eyes, revealing a pair of eyes that gradually flashed with lightning. "Father!" Du Xiaofu's figure came to Du Tingshuan's side. He looked at the movements of his sister, Xiaojing, and was slightly nervous. Awakened, completely awakened. Du Tingxian clenched his fists slightly, his sharp eyes rippling. Rumble, suddenly, there was a tremor in the air. Du Xiaojing's figure was connected to the thunder cloud and the arc of lightning. Her beautiful figure was accompanied by a bright light that shot into the sky. The energy of heaven and earth in the area also began to fluctuate violently. Du Xiaojing stood in the sky like a ball of bright light that covered the sky. The purple arc of lightning around her body was moving back and forth in an incomparably terrifying manner in front of everyone's eyes. Rumble, a heavenly sound resounded. At this moment, above Du Xiaojing's forehead, there was a divine ring in the sky. Then, there was a second ring, a third ring. Rumble, the heavenly sound resounded, like the heavy beating of a heavenly drum. There were a total of 9 divine rings in the sky. They shone brightly and the heavenly might was shocking. Another Grand Supreme. Du Xiaojing is also a Grand Supreme. The father and daughter, 3 Grand Supreme. Including Du Xiaoyao and the little dragon girl, the Du family has 5 Grand Supreme. In the entire square, under the awe-inspiring heavenly might, everyone's eyes were trembling, and their bodies were trembling. The Du family had 5 Grand Supreme. Du Tingxian and his children were all Grand Supreme. How shocking this was! Rumble, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the 10th divine ring appeared above Du Xiaojing's head. The 10 divine rings in the sky were unprecedentedly bright and dazzling. At this moment, Du Xiaojing was in the sky like a goddess. Monstrous arcs of lightning swept across the sky. Her purple sun-like eyes shot straight into the vast sky. The terrifying heavenly might shook the heavens. Rumble! The entire square was trembling and rumbling. Far away from the square, mountains in all directions were collapsing and the ground was collapsing. Even the indestructible ground of the square was now cracking with tiny cracks. Heaven and earth were roaring and the sky was trembling. This aura was too terrifying, causing the entire space to tremble. The supreme aura was spreading, suppressing the heaven and earth. It was as if the heaven and earth were shaking, and it was shocking. He had never seen 10 divine rings that looked like divine flames before. Everyone's eyes were trembling, their hearts were trembling, their souls were trembling, and their bodies were limp. At this moment, even Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing were shocked. Under such a terrifying pressure, even a great sovereign would be directly suppressed. 10 divine rings. Du Xiaofu's eyes were trembling. He had never seen such a thing before. He had always wondered if there would be 10 divine rings above the 9 divine rings. But now, he saw it with his own eyes. Your sister Xiaojing has extraordinary talent. She is a natural-born holy venerate. This is the sign of a natural-born holy venerate, Du Tingxian said. His body was trembling at this moment, and his fists were slowly clenched. Natural-born holy venerate. Raising his head, Du Xiaofu's eyes were trembling. Previously, he had seen the legalism expert in his drunkard father's void painting. He had said that his sister Xiaojing was a natural-born holy venerate. Has anyone managed to cultivate 10 divine rings? Du Xiaofu then asked Du Tingxian. Your sister Xiaojing is a natural-born holy venerate. She has 10 divine rings. Rumor has it that in the ancient times when the geniuses were fighting for hegemony, there were people who were able to cultivate 10 divine rings from a Grand Supreme. They were called Great Supreme Nirvana, and they were equally famous as natural-born holy venerate. However, both natural-born holy venerates and Great Supreme Nirvana are just legends. Du Tingxian said to Du Xiaofu. Natural-born holy venerate. That Du Xiaojing is a legendary natural-born holy venerate. She might also be a Great Supreme Nirvana. That's just a legend. Today she has appeared in the world. It's fated to see it. After the shock, the hearts of the elders from the various clans on the stone platform trembled as they recalled some legends. They cried out in alarm, shocking everyone. That's a natural-born holy venerate. On the stone platform, Moksha spoke. At this moment, his eyes were truly moved, and there were violent fluctuations. The purple lightning was connected. Du Xiaojing was cleansing her bones, refining her body, and forging her spirit. This was a huge benefit. In the distant void, 20 or so figures appeared, watching the terrifying commotion in front of them. A leading youth was in the sky. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. He wore a brocade robe, and his dazzling black eyes were like obsidian. He exuded a heroic and awe-inspiring aura. It's Xiaojing. He's a member of our legalism. Uncle Woody must be here too. Our people have arrived first. The youth spoke. He was Han Qianran, who had been killed by Du Xiaofu once. After entering the space of the divine domain again, he had encountered many dangers. However, he had also made amazing progress. Therefore, he had swept away much of the decadence after being defeated in the past and became a divine martial artist. Han Qianran had been rushing to the Supreme Tomb. He was afraid that he would not be able to make it in time and miss out on a great opportunity. Now that he had finally arrived, he was very happy. Let's go and meet up with Uncle Woody. Han Qianran's eyes were sharp. Like an eagle, he immediately led the people behind him and broke through the void. Swoosh, swoosh, more than 30 figures broke through the air and quickly crossed the void to appear on the square. More than 30 people stopped in the void and saw Du Xiaojing, who was wrapped in a strange phenomenon. His bones were being cleansed and his body was being refined by the purple lightning. Under that terrifying aura, more than 30 people were secretly trembling. Their legs went soft and they almost fell from the sky. Han Qianran's gaze then swept across the square. He found it very strange. He did not see his third uncle, Qin Wudi. He did not even see a disciple of the legalism. However, he noticed more than 10 followers of the legalism. However, at this moment they were with the people of the desolate country. Swoosh! Suddenly, Han Qianran's heart and soul trembled. He felt a murderous gaze fall on him. Chapter 1691. Following the murderous gaze, Han Qianran saw a familiar figure that he would never forget in his life. Du Xiaofu. Han Qianran spat out these 3 words, his eyes trembling and emitting a chill. This was called enmity, not to mention the person who had killed him once. Legalism, don't let a single one of them go. Kill. Du Xiaofu said. Now that he had encountered someone from the school of legalism, and Han Qianran at that, there was no way he would let him go. He immediately rose into the air and appeared in front of Han Qianran in a flash. Rock's chaotic claw. When Du Xiaofu's figure appeared, golden light burst out in front of him. He waved his hand and the claw tore through the void, quickly spreading to Han Qianran. Du Xiaofu, do you think I'm still the same as before? Han Qianran was furious. Suddenly, his aura became oppressive. He punched out with a burst of divine power. In the turbulence of the void, runes were released brilliantly, blocking Du Xiaofu's claw. Kill! Battle cries shook the sky. The 18 heavenly generals had already charged out. The Ghost Chariot, Violent Bear King, Silver-Winged Demonic Condor, and other murderous creatures were not willing to be left behind. Their terrifying auras burst out and they immediately pounced on the remaining legalism people. Hey, you've broken through. Nirvana of the true self? Du Xiaofu looked at Han Qianran at this moment, somewhat surprised. Originally, Han Qianran's cultivation was at the sealed domain realm, but his strength was suppressed in the divine domain and was only at the initial domain realm. But just now, Du Xiaofu felt the nirvana aura of Han Qianran. The only possibility was that Han Qianran had made another breakthrough in the space of the divine domain and stepped into the nirvana supremacy. Then, he went one step further and switched to the nirvana level of the nirvana supremacy. Han Qianran glanced at Du Xiaofu in the distance, who was wrapped in a vision, and then looked at Du Xiaofu and sneered. I have to thank you. If you hadn't let me comprehend life and death, I wouldn't have been able to break through. Now that I'm at the nirvana of the true self level, do you have the strength to kill me again? Boom! When his voice fell, Han Qianran's whole body was surging with divine light, and bright runes soared into the sky. He opened his eyes, and a terrifying beam of light swept out like thunder. The level of nirvana swept out without reservation, and 3 divine rings like divine fire appeared above his head. Within the divine domain, he had been killed by Du Xiaofu. After experiencing a moment of life and death, he had gained an epiphany. He was a heavenly genius to begin with, and even if he hadn't undergone Paragon Nirvanic rebirth, it would still be difficult for him to be overshadowed. Half-step Supreme Nirvana. When they saw Han Qianran's nirvana supremacy status, some people around spoke out. However, when he heard Han Qianran's arrogant words, he couldn't help but laugh helplessly. If Han Qianran knew that Qin Wudi had also been killed by Du Xiaofu, he definitely wouldn't have the heart to continue fighting. Alas, Han Qianran is really unlucky. Someone in the crowd who was familiar with Han Qianran exclaimed. But Han Qianran was different now. He had been killed because his cultivation was suppressed in the divine realm. At this moment, not only had he made another breakthrough, but he had also reached the nirvana realm from the supreme nirvana realm and was no longer suppressed by the space of the divine domain. This was a world of difference from his original strength. Therefore, Han Qianran did not believe that Du Xiaofu could kill him again. Because he was no longer the same as before. Half-step Supreme Nirvana. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows, but he did not find it strange. Han Qianran was indeed outstanding. He was a half-step Nirvana saint, just like Su Muxin and Jialo Kailing. Han Qianran's talent was definitely not below that of Su Muxin and Jialo Kailing. He might even be better than them. Du Xiaofu, you can't kill me anymore. Han Qianran sneered. He also activated his half-step Sovereign Martial Vein and White Tiger Meridian Spirit. The White Tiger Meridian Spirit's shadow turned into a real spirit, shining with white light. Sizzle! At the same time, Han Qianran's heavenly soul thunder covered the void, and several terrifying means were fusing together. Sizzle! In an instant, the heavenly soul thunder soared to the sky, the white tiger roared, the ferocious birds and strange beasts spread their wings and soared into the sky. Spiritual thunder. On the stone platform in the square below, Moksha raised his eyebrows and looked at Han Qianran's heavenly soul thunder. Electric arcs flashed in his eyes. In the void, Han Qianran's body was surrounded by a shocking phenomenon. The void was collapsing, as if the world was falling apart. Legalism's power of Dharma, and the combination of Dharma power is extraordinary. The combination of Dharma power and Dharma power is boundless. Han Qianran is not far from Qin Wudi. Han Qianran and I have even fused a spiritual thunder in their bodies. They are very powerful. When they saw that Han Qianran had also caused such a commotion, the elders of the various families were also amazed. Legalism's younger generation is unparalleled. It should have been prosperous, but unfortunately, there were also some old people who secretly sighed. The school of legalism had quite a few extraordinary figures among the younger generation. They seemed to be able to suppress the other major clans. Originally, they had the potential to prosper, but now they were being destroyed one by one. All of this had to do with the school of legalism itself. Du Xiaofu, let's fight again. Han Qianran did not hold back. He gathered his strongest attack and solidified the void. The runes were shining brightly. Above the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, the white tiger roared, and the phantoms of the ferocious birds and strange beasts exploded like thunder. Come on! Du Xiaofu stepped into the air and smiled faintly. His black hair fluttered and his eyes flashed with purple-gold lightning. He was as still as a mountain, and he was not angry but powerful. The void was shining brightly. Han Qianran's attack was crushed, carrying a destructive force that covered the sky. Wherever it passed, the void turned into nothingness and cracks appeared in the space. This scene made the people in the square below tremble with fear and their hair stand on end. The terrible attack also shrouded Du Xiaofu in an instant and crushed him. Roar! Du Xiaofu let out a loud roar. His domineering roar was like heavenly thunder that reverberated endlessly, causing the heaven and earth to tremble and the universe to rumble. The strange phenomena in the surroundings shattered one after another, and the phantoms of the ferocious birds and strange beasts were directly destroyed. At the same time, Du Xiaofu was not afraid of Han Qianran's magic power at all. He directly collided with it. In the palm of his hand, the roars of dragons and tigers, as well as the cries of birds and turtles, were heard. Roar! The next moment, in Du Xiaofu's hand, a strange handprint accompanied by the phantom of a golden-winged roc flew out. Its aura made all beasts crawl and suppressed the true spirit of the white tiger. Then, it was shattered by the palm and turned into bright runes. Puff, puff, Han Qianran spat out blood and his eyes were suddenly filled with horror. He had thought that he could already fight with Du Xiaofu. But at this moment, Han Qianran found that everything was completely different from what he had imagined. Han Qianran had thought that he had made great progress and made another breakthrough. He was no longer the same as before. But Han Qianran did not expect that Du Xiaofu's breakthrough and progress were far more than his. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, a shocking scene appeared in the sky. Du Xiaofu's body spread purple thunderbolts, activating the thunder martial vein of Xing Sha. As the world trembled, he was in the midst of Han Qianran's heavenly soul thunderbolts. The purple electric arcs on his body filled the void and directly absorbed the energy of the heavenly soul thunderbolts. In front of Du Xiaofu, that frightening aura of the heavens and earth seemed so weak, as though it was nothing more than a piece of rotten wood. Kill! Du Xiaofu stepped out, his new purple battle suit flapping in the wind. He was not afraid of the heavenly soul thunderbolts at all. Instead, his eyes were blazing like a cat that had seen a fish. He waved his hand and punched through the rolling heavenly soul thunderbolts toward Han Qianran. Han Qianran, whose strength had increased greatly, was no match for him at this moment. The terrible punch wrapped in purple thunderbolts made him feel the aura of death for the second time. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a fist imprint that was wrapped in a demonic chi rushed out and collided with Du Xiaofu's fist. Crash! The impact of such a collision was not loud, but the terrible energy accompanied by the electric arcs swept out like a storm. After the terrible energy reached the distant sky, it slowly came to an abrupt stop and dissipated into nothingness. There was dead silence all around. Everyone's eyes were dull, as if time had stopped. An expert intervened. The people in the square below trembled. In a flash, someone intervened to save Han Qianran of the legalism school. Even someone as powerful as Du Xiaofu had been blocked just now. This caused great waves to rise in the hearts of everyone present. In a flash, a figure appeared in front of Han Qianran, who staggered back. He was Moksha. There was a playful smile on his handsome face, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "You can't kill him? It's Moksha of the devil religion. He's made a move." People around exclaimed. It was Moksha of the devil religion who had made a move. All eyes were immediately fixed on the void. They wanted to observe the battle between the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and Moksha and take the opportunity to spy on something. "I'm going to kill him." Du Xiaofu looked at Moksha coldly. "Thank you for your help." Han Qianran came back to his senses. Seeing that someone had helped him, no matter who it was, at this time, the person who helped him was naturally his friend. "He won't die in your hands." Moksha ignored Han Qianran and shook his head at Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Moksha's figure stood in the void like a rock. He released a faint demonic aura that lingered in the void. He was like a demon lord who had descended to the world, revealing a kind of conceit and confidence. In a flash, Moksha's aura was extremely frightening. Deep in his eyes, his gaze became bright and frightening. Chapter 1692. Du Tingxian looked at Moksha above. He didn't intervene. Instead, he released his consciousness to protect his daughter. Little Xingxing and Du Xiaoyao also didn't intervene. They just watched nervously. They could feel Moksha's strength, but they also believed that Du Xiaofu could deal with him. "Then let's give it a try," Du Xiaofu said while looking at Moksha. His figure flickered with golden light and instantly disappeared. "Back off." Moksha's eyes were cold as he retreated. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Han Qianran's right shoulder with a monstrous demonic aura. Then, he pulled Han Qianran back rapidly. "Stay here." When Du Xiaofu's figure reappeared, he appeared beside Han Qianran like a ghost. The golden claw tore through the void and grabbed Han Qianran's left shoulder. Not good. At this moment, Han Qianran's pupils shrank. Lightning shot out from his eyes. His heart trembled in fear. He once again felt the aura of death surging into the depths of his soul. In the blink of an eye, Moksha and Du Xiaofu exerted their strength at the same time. One was conceited and powerful with monstrous demonic aura, while the other was overbearing with golden light. Two terrifying forces struck Han Qianran's body at the same time. The demonic aura and the golden light clashed inside Han Qianran's body. Suddenly, a monstrous light burst out from Han Qianran's body. Bang! Bang! Then, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Han Qianran's body was torn apart by the two men, one on the left and one on the right, turning into a monstrous blood mist. Little Sovereign's blood glowed brilliantly. Even someone as powerful as Han Qianran was being torn apart by Moksha and Du Xiaofu. Damn it! A dazzling thunderbolt rushed out from the blood mist. It was the soul seed of the soul-extinguishing divine thunder, with Han Qianran's Yuan spirit on it. Han Qianran had fused with the soul-extinguishing divine thunder, but unlike Du Xiaofu, he couldn't fuse his Yuan spirit with the soul seed. For ordinary people, fusing their Yuan spirit with the soul seed was tantamount to courting death. Spiritual thunder was the nemesis of the Yuan spirit and soul. Those who fused with the spiritual thunder would fuse with their physical body, which was already extremely dangerous. Who would dare to try to fuse their soul, primordial spirit, and spiritual lightning like Du Xiaofu? Bzz. Han Qianran's body was torn apart. The soul-extinguishing divine thunder was only the size of an adult's palm, but it was dazzling lightning. When the soul-destroying godly thunder soul seed appeared, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the surrounding void. Lightning arcs filled the sky and dazzling lightning runes covered the sky. But at this moment, Han Qianran's Yuan spirit appeared on the soul-extinguishing divine thunder. It was only the size of a baby, but a powerful soul aura was terrifying. When fusing with the soul-extinguishing divine thunder, Han Qianran had already erased the original intelligence of the soul-extinguishing divine thunder. At this moment, relying on the familiar aura, Han Qianran summoned the soul seed of the soul-extinguishing divine thunder and quickly escaped with the Yuan spirit. Swish! Moksha pointed at Han Qianran's primordial spirit. The fingerprint pierced through the void and directly penetrated Han Qianran's Yuan spirit. The poor Han Qianran was sandwiched between Du Xiaofu and Moksha. Before he could figure out the situation, his soul was completely destroyed. "I killed him, not you," Moksha said with a smile. His eyes were wrapped in demonic qi. Whoosh! Silver-gold lightning flashed out from between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows and directly devoured the energy of Han Qianran's broken Yuan spirit. This was the effect of the soul-devouring divine thunder in Du Xiaogong's Yuan spirit. By devouring others' Yuan spirits and souls, he could strengthen his Yuan spirit. Han Qianran's Yuan spirit was so powerful that even if it was broken, it would still be very beneficial to devour it. He is also dead. Du Xiaofu looked at Moksha. Golden light flashed in his eyes and the shadow of the golden-winged rock stretched out behind him. Golden light filled the sky. Sizzle, the soul seed of the soul-extinguishing divine thunder, was suspended in the void. Without the aura of Han Qianran's Yuan spirit, it was like a newborn baby. It was pure and innocent and full of curiosity. The soul seed of the soul-extinguishing divine thunder fluctuated in the void. It seemed to be attracted by the lightning aura of Moksha and Du Xiaofu. It was curiously looking at something and did not leave. However, the terrifying lightning and power surrounding the soul seed of the soul-extinguishing divine thunder was no small matter. It was very shocking. It's the soul seed of the spiritual thunder. The soul seed of the spiritual thunder was suspended in the air, and countless people in the square below looked at it with burning passion. The soul seed of the spiritual thunder was definitely a treasure among treasures. Integrating a spiritual lightning into one's body would bring about endless benefit. However, at this moment, no one dared to act rashly. Moksha and Du Xiaofu were fighting. Even someone as powerful as Han Qianran had been torn apart alive. No one dared to fight for it. The soul-extinguishing divine thunder is mine. Looking at the soul seed of the soul-extinguishing divine thunder in front of him, Moksha withdrew his smile. His handsome face suddenly became fierce. The runes on his body flashed and the mysterious runes on the talisman shone. In the rolling demon qi, he directly reached out his hand to grab the soul seed of the soul-extinguishing divine thunder. The soul-extinguishing divine thunder has nothing to do with you. Du Xiaofu's figure flashed out quickly. Starlight gushed out from his body and the star ultimacy was activated. It seemed that a star would fall from the void to stop Moksha. At the same time, he reached out his hand to grab the soul seed of the soul-extinguishing divine thunder. Small trick break. Moksha was not afraid. Divine light spread out from his body and turned into a divine ring. Wherever it passed, the starlight was destroyed. A demon qi fingerprint pierced through the void to stop Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and moved unpredictably. He quickly avoided the fingerprint that pierced through the void. However, at the same time, Moksha had arrived and pounced on the soul-extinguishing divine thunder again. If it's not yours, then it can't be yours. Du Xiaofu shouted. The shadow of the rock's golden wings flashed behind him. The rock soared to the 9 heavens and launched a fierce attack. The terrifying attack swept out violently and shattered a large area of the void. Humph! Emo Shah shouted as an ancient armor appeared in front of his body. Demonic chi filled the air, and there were also arcs of lightning flashing around. This was a treasure. Its power could shake the 9 heavens. The rolling demon chi lingered around it, making it look like a demon king had descended to the mortal world. The two figures confronted each other. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, dozens of moves were exchanged. It made people's souls tremble as they watched from afar. Rumble, a demon king and a demon king. They fought until the surrounding runes were resplendent and their auras shook the heavens. This devil religion Moksha is actually so powerful that he can be on par with the demon king Du Xiaofu. The spectators in the square were shocked. The devil religion Moksha was actually able to fight with the demon king Du Xiaofu. This was too inconceivable. They could not believe it and held their breaths as they watched the battle. The demon king Du Xiaofu has finally met his match. Kong Sansi, Zhou Xiaoluo, Su Yangzi, Mo Runan, and the others exclaimed. They could see that even the demon king Du Xiaofu could not gain the upper hand. It was enough to show how powerful Moksha was. As for Moksha, this originally unknown figure, everyone was even more amazed at this moment. After all, the whole world now knew how powerful Du Xiaofu was. There was no one in the same generation who could be his match. He was truly invincible. But at this moment, that invincible existence had met an opponent who was on par with him. Each new generation excels the previous one. The elders of the various clans, as well as many old rogue cultivators far away from the square, were all amazed by the scene before them. Those two young people were too powerful. They were already so stunning at such a young age. If they were given time, how much attention would they reach? Rumble, suddenly, a terrifying muffled sound came from the void above the square. The whole square suddenly trembled violently. An indescribable strange aura fluctuation came from the void above. It was as if a demon god was awakening. Walala, almost at the same time, the 10 stone platforms in the square bloomed with mysterious runes and flashed with light. The supreme tomb is about to appear. In an instant, it attracted the attention of many people in the square. They exclaimed loudly and trembled with excitement. Above the void, clouds rolled and let out a strange buzzing sound. It was as if something was descending, and there was a divine light shooting out from the void. Du Xiaofu and Moksha also separated after a brief contact and looked at the void. Then, the two seemed to have a tacit understanding at the same time. Both of them released their Nirvana realm aura without holding back. Rumble. That terrifying aura caused the space to rumble, as if it wanted to turn the world upside down. Rumble. At the same time, 9 divine rings that resembled divine flames appeared in the void above their heads. Heavenly music resounded in the void around them, causing the heavens and earth to rumble under the pressure. That horrifying sound was like countless heavenly drums beating at the same time. Both of them had 9 divine rings in the sky. The majestic aura and heavenly might descended, causing all the living beings in the square to be shocked for no reason. They couldn't help but want to crawl. At this moment, in the void above the square, the 2 young men stood in the sky accompanied by the heavenly might. The terrifying pressure was about to explode the void. A Nirvana Realm Grand Supreme, Moksha is also a Nirvana Realm Grand Supreme. Roar! The living beings in the square couldn't help but tremble and exclaim. Divine light shot out and trembled. Moksha of the devil religion was also a Nirvana Realm Grand Supreme. Fight! Moksha looked straight at Du Xiaofu. The divine light in his eyes fluctuated like stormy waves. The surrounding demonic aura rose and fell like the ocean. Runes surged. Fight! Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with purple-gold lightning. He didn't stop, and his figure flew across the sky like a golden rainbow. Boom! In an instant, the two of them carried the supreme strength and fiercely clashed again. Chapter 1693. Roar! The two of them were fighting to the extreme. Their supreme strength, along with all kinds of beast energy, roared and collided, shattering the void. At this moment, the movements of the two seemed simple, but this kind of battle was the most dangerous and terrifying. Every move seemed ordinary, but they contained the comprehension of their entire life, and contained the power of supreme beings. Boom! The void shattered. Moksha's armor was wrapped in electric arcs, demonic energy surged, and his eyes were terrifying. He appeared amidst the monstrous beast energy. He smashed the void with his palm, and with the monstrous demonic energy and supreme strength, he quickly slammed towards Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was not afraid. He was like a human rock, and his palm collided with Moksha's. Rumble! The two of them fought, and endless electric arcs and mysterious runes exploded. The terrifying Xian Qi was like a vast ocean, incomparably violent. Again and again, the unparalleled showdowns left everyone dumbfounded. The two young people were actually so powerful, and it made people exclaim. Lian Qinyan, fire-cloud evil god, the green-clothed youth full of vitality, the black-clothed youth with hellish eyes, Zhou Xiaoluo, Mo Runan, and Heng Luan were all stunned. Boom! In the void above, divine light continued to shoot out, and the mysterious runes on the 10 stone platforms became more and more resplendent. Just above the 10 stone platforms, an illusory image began to appear, like a mirage, filled with light. Looking at it from afar, it looked like a huge, ancient building. It was vast and magnificent. Light permeated the surroundings like a rain of light. There was an ancient aura that transcended time and space. The supreme tomb has appeared. In the square, more and more creatures were exclaiming. Everyone came here to search for opportunities in the divine domain, and the thing that made all the creatures and major forces think about the most was the biggest opportunity hidden in the supreme tomb. Now that the supreme tomb appeared, all the creatures were trembling with excitement. Their eyes were red, and their auras surged, wanting to fight for it. Be prepared, the supreme tomb will only open for a short while, and then the exit will be closed. Fight for time. The supreme tomb will only open for a short time, fight for time to enter. The exit is open. Attack with all your might. We must enter. The elders of the various great clans on the stone platforms were giving instructions to their juniors. Their voices were trembling with nervousness. The greatest opportunity in the entire divine domain was inside. It was too astonishing, and they had to obtain it. Get close and prepare to fight. The creatures that were originally scattered around the plaza were afraid of the strength of the various families and clans in the center of the plaza. They didn't dare to get close. However, at this moment they were no longer afraid. Their auras began to surge as they approached the center of the square. Some of the big clans and experts were also approaching the 10 stone platforms. Boom! On the square, the auras of all living beings were surging. Some of the rogue cultivators who were hiding no longer concealed themselves and began to release their true auras. In the void above, the battle between Moksha and Du Xiaofu was still intense. Their lightning profound collided. Devil Qi and golden light intertwined. Every move they made was like an erupting volcano. Their profound energy was vast and mighty like waves that swept out in all directions. Fight! Moksha shouted in a deep voice. His hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were filled with devil Qi, as if he was in the devil domain. The lightning on his armor soared into the sky. Fight! The Demon King's robe fluttered in the wind. He summoned the purple-gold heavenly tower. Sword light filled the sky. It contained the supreme power and cut through the void. It was accompanied by the cries of ghosts and gods, the roars of dragons and tigers, and the cries of birds and turtles. The two of them also sensed the arrival of the supreme tomb. They wanted to end this battle quickly. They gradually approached the soul-extinguishing thunder soul seed that was constantly jumping around. They were using their full strength in the battle. Du Xiaofu had already activated his martial vein and supreme power. Moksha's martial vein was very mysterious. It seemed to be related to devil Qi. Obviously, that martial vein was extraordinary. It contained the supreme power and fused with the supreme power. Its power increased even more. Rumbling sounds erupted in the void. Bright talismans were densely packed, and the sonorous sound was deafening. One was the demon monarch, one was the demon king. It was as if a demon controlled the four seas, a ping soared into the sky. This type of battle could shatter the void with a raise of their hand. All of the creatures were stupefied. That type of battle was too powerful. They didn't have the qualifications to approach at all. That was a battle between peak supreme beings. Normal supreme nirvanas didn't even have the qualifications to be affected. The supreme tomb became clearer and clearer. Radiance scattered outwards, invisibly connecting with the 10 stone platforms. Endless dazzling talismans spread outwards. An ancient aura pervaded the air, making everyone in the plaza feel carefree and relaxed. Right now, the creatures on the stone platforms even more so felt all of the cells in their bodies become comfortable. Walala, that mirage-like ancient building appeared in the void. It was as if it was real. It was as if a second world had appeared in the void. It was as if a second parallel world had appeared in the void. It was called the Supreme Tomb, but it actually had nothing to do with a tomb. It was only rumored that even supreme beings would die inside. There were great opportunities inside, but at the same time, there were also great dangers. Every time the Supreme Tomb opened, even supreme beings would die inside. It was like a place where supreme beings were buried. That was why it was called the Supreme Tomb. The Supreme Tomb has appeared. Charge. That ancient building appeared clearly. A rain of light scattered outwards. Ancient aura rippled outwards. The creatures in the surroundings couldn't hold themselves back any longer. Charge. Seize the opportunity. This was especially true for the creatures behind the plaza. They feared that they would miss out on the decisive opportunity. Someone shouted loudly. Immediately, large amounts of figures rushed towards the Supreme Tomb. They wanted to seize the opportunity and enter the Supreme Tomb to seize the opportunity. Charge. Even the 9 great families on the stone platforms couldn't hold themselves back. They wanted to seize the opportunity. Don't act rashly. The Supreme Tomb's entrance hasn't opened yet. Those who enter will most likely suffer misfortune. There were elders from the various great families who immediately stopped their disciples and clansmen. However, countless creatures around the plaza already erupted with power. They rushed out from all directions, throwing themselves at the Supreme Tomb. However, the creatures who rushed out the fastest. As soon as they approached the Supreme Tomb, the scattered talisman light's aura immediately changed, turning into countless streaks of sword radiance. They were resplendent and dazzling, surging with killing intent as they hacked apart the void. It was already too late. Those streaks of sword radiance were extraordinary, definitely not something ordinary creatures could block. A large group of creatures who were approaching the Supreme Tomb from all directions were instantly pierced through by the streaks of sword radiance. They let out mournful screams. Those who had life-saving talismans were taken away by them. Those who didn't had their souls destroyed directly, turning into a bloody mist in the air. Retreat, quickly retreat. The creatures were terrified. They retreated in horror, no longer daring to rush forward. Many of them brushed past the Grim Reaper. They sucked in a breath of cold air, their souls still trembling. Looking at those creatures who were rushing to the front and retreating in panic, some of the 9 great families and other great powers revealed cold smiles. No one pitied those creatures who had suffered a calamity. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Since the first day of cultivation, living creatures had stepped into all kinds of opportunities and dangerous situations. Every day there would be creatures falling and suffering calamities. Everyone had already gotten used to it. In this world where the strong were respected, the fall of the weak wouldn't be pitied. Only the strong would be respected and revered. You can only enter after the Supreme Tomb's entrance opens. After entering the Supreme Tomb, your life-saving talisman will lose its effect. You must be careful. The elders of the 9 great families repeatedly warned the younger generation. Boom, the battle between Du Xiaofu and Moksha was still ongoing, but it was getting fiercer and fiercer. Moksha's hands were covered in armor. On his hands, a pair of golden black gloves appeared, like a spiritual armor covering his palms. Lightning and demonic chi intertwined, actually able to directly resist Du Xiaofu's purple-gold heavenly fault. In order to forcefully resist, the golden spear clashed and sparks flew in all directions. Roar, the purple-gold heavenly fault's soul was boiling. It was unknown whether it was because of Moksha's armor or the gloves. It was very excited and wanted to devour it, but it didn't know how to do so. Bang bang bang. Du Xiaofu and Emosha forcefully clashed once. As the purple-gold heavenly fault and the black-gold glove clashed, the two of them clenched their left fists and fiercely collided 3 times in a flash. These 3 strikes were no small matter. Resplendent lightning and demonic chi mixed with golden light shot out in all directions. Du Xiaofu's left hand was numb. Moksha's physical body made Du Xiaofu surprised. It was also incomparably strong. Coupled with the strange black gold gloves, it was as hard as steel that had been tempered thousands of times. However, Moksha was even more surprised than Du Xiaofu. His fist was numb even with the protection of the treasure. If it wasn't for the treasure, his fist would probably be bleeding right now. That guy's physical body was actually above his, definitely the strongest physical body he had ever encountered. Chi La. The 3 fists separated as soon as they collided. Du Xiaofu attacked again. The purple-gold heavenly fault in his hand emitted sword light. The tyrannical sword path contained the strength of a supreme being, and slashed towards Moksha's face. 9 divine rings shone brightly. Not enough. Moksha coldly shouted and waved his hand to block. The center of the black gold gloves contained the strength of a supreme being. It erupted with demonic chi and resplendent lightning, forming a strange vortex. A terrifying and dazzling light spread out, forming a huge devouring force that swallowed the ripples in the surrounding space, causing the space to crumble inch by inch. It also immediately imprisoned Du Xiaofu's sword light, and was about to devour Du Xiaofu's purple-gold heavenly fault as well. Chi La. At the same time, Moksha's left fist was like the birth of a demon god. Demonic chi surged, with resplendent runes fluctuating. The punch was incomparably fast and violent, shattering the void and instantly landing on Du Xiaofu's chest. But at this moment, Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a cruel smile. His left fist was like a rainbow, carrying the roar of a dragon and the cry of an elephant. Resplendent golden light and surging lightning arcs contained the strength of a supreme being. The punch violently blasted out, tyrannical and disdainful. In the next moment, Du Xiaofu's punch also landed on Moksha's face. This was the weakest part of Moksha's body. It was the only part that wasn't covered by that extraordinary armor. Bang bang, 2 muffled sounds exploded in the void almost at the same time. Emosha's fist was too powerful. Du Xiaofu's chest was smashed open, revealing a bloody hole. It was so deep that one could almost see the bottom. It was so deep that one could see the bone, and light golden blood gushed out. With the level of Du Xiaofu's physical body and cultivation, being able to shatter Du Xiaofu's physical body with a punch was enough to show how powerful Moksha was. But there was no doubt about Du Xiaofu's strength. Punch after punch, he was incomparably ferocious. Under Du Xiaofu's punch and the low muffled sounds, the destructive power caused the surrounding space to surge and boil. When the punch landed on Moksha's face, it directly destroyed his face and smashed his head. The demonic chi dissipated and blood spurted out. Then, Moksha's entire body exploded. The armor and black golden gloves on his body scattered to the side, emitting resplendent light. Seeing Moksha being blown apart by Du Xiaofu's all-out attack, this scene shocked everyone and made the surrounding living beings' hair stand on end. Chapter 1694. Moksha was killed? At this moment, although almost everyone was paying attention to the supreme tomb, they were also paying attention to the shocking battle. Moksha was blown apart by Du Xiaofu's punch, which shocked everyone. Some people even clearly saw that Moksha didn't have a life-saving talisman between his eyebrows from the beginning to the end. If he was killed, then he was really killed. Blood rain poured down, but it didn't disperse. The blood mist was accompanied by demonic qi and lingered with runes. Something's not right, but at this moment, Du Xiaofu felt that something was wrong. Moksha's shattered blood mist still had vitality. There were mysterious runes flashing and purple-gold electric arcs fluctuating, revealing a very familiar aura. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Du Xiaofu felt that something was wrong. His figure immediately swept towards the soul-extinguishing Thunder Soul Seed like lightning, wanting to seize the soul-extinguishing Thunder Soul Seed first. Du Xiaofu's figure pierced through the void, and was about to reach the soul-extinguishing Thunder Soul Seed. "You can't get it!" Abruptly, Mo Sha's voice rang out. From within the blood mist, a ray of blood-colored demonic qi pierced through the void, akin to a burning blood-colored divine flame. Accompanied by mysterious runes, it transformed into a sharp sword that slashed towards Du Xiaofu. At the same time, the blood light fluctuated, and purple-gold electric arcs surged. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, Moksha, who had just turned into a blood mist, erupted with purple-gold electric arcs in the blood mist that didn't disperse, and instantly recovered to its original state. Clang! Du Xiaofu turned around and slashed out with his purple-gold heavenly fault, blocking the blood-colored demonic qi sword light. The golden dagger axe erupted, causing the surrounding void to sink, resisting the terrifying sword light. But at the same time, Du Xiaofu's eyes changed. Moksha, who had just been shattered, had recovered to its original state. His body rippled with purple-gold electric arcs, and the familiar aura became more and more obvious, causing the purple thunder profound cauldron in his body to roar. Purple gold profound thunder, immortal Xian body. Du Xiaofu spat out these words. He was truly shocked. That familiar aura allowed Du Xiaofu to clearly sense the mysteries of Moksha's body. It was the purple gold profound bomb and the indestructible profound body. The mysterious armor once again covered Moksha's body, and the black and gold gloves covered his hands. At this moment, Moksha had completely recovered. However, the playful smile at the corner of his mouth had gradually turned dark and cold. The square was eerily silent. Previously, when Du Xiaofu fought against Qin Wudi, the scene of him not dying was already shocking enough. However, at this moment, Moksha was also like this. This left everyone dumbstruck and stupefied. Another unkillable existence? His aura just now was similar to that of the Demon King Du Xiaofu. The experts in the plaza exclaimed in shock. On the stone platform, Jialo Jueliao, the mysterious purple-robed figure, and the others were also shocked. In their hearts, Moksha was an invincible existence among his peers. There was no one in the same realm who could match him. At this moment, Moksha was blasted apart by Du Xiaofu's punch. He suffered a great loss, which was equivalent to being killed once. "I really didn't expect that you would be able to kill me once." Moksha looked at Du Xiaogang. His gloomy lips curled into a self-mocking smile. "You have that thing on you, right?" Du Xiaofu looked at Moksha, and felt the aura of the purple-gold Xian bomb. No wonder when he first saw Moksha, he felt a different and familiar aura. Now that he saw Moksha's immortal Xian body, Du Xiaofu was even more certain that Moksha had a purple Thunder Xian cauldron on him. The other purple Thunder Xian cauldrons that disappeared in the sealed lands of the 8 continents were related to Moksha. "Don't you have one on you too? It turns out that the remaining one is really on you. I've searched high and low for it, only to find it by chance." Moksha looked at Du Xiaofu and laughed. "If I'm not wrong, you haven't completely refined your body. If I can blast you apart once, I can destroy you again," Du Xiaofu said. His robe fluttered in the wind. He felt that Moksha's immortal Xian body was different from his own. They hadn't truly reached the stage of destruction. And in the depths of his heart, Du Xiaofu also had an answer as to why he didn't have a life-saving talisman. Even someone as powerful as Moksha didn't have a life-saving talisman. With Moksha's strength, it was almost impossible for him to encounter any life-threatening danger in the divine domain. The divine domain was related to the lords of the 3,000 worlds, and the purple thunder Xian cauldron was also related to the 3,000 world. Perhaps, with the purple thunder Xian cauldron on him, he was restricted by the divine domain and couldn't have a life-saving talisman. Moksha's eyes were filled with demonic aura. Although he had the immortal Xian body, he couldn't reach the extreme and hadn't truly succeeded. He had merged with the purple thunder Xian cauldron for a long time, but he couldn't reach the final step. But the man in front of him, he felt that he should have cultivated the immortal Xian body to the point of complete success and was above him. Phew! Moksha took a deep breath and the corners of his mouth curled up. Once again, he flashed his signature playful smile and said, "You can only kill me once. You won't have another chance. Do you want to use that thing?" Du Xiaofu looked at Moksha in a domineering manner, but he was secretly on guard. If he used the purple thunder Xian cauldron, the world would be in turmoil and there would be great waves. Not to that extent. At first, I just wanted to know how strong you are. To be able to exceed my expectations, you are worthy enough for me to use my true strength. And you will no longer be my opponent because, rumble, when Moksha's voice fell, heavenly sounds exploded in the void above his head, like countless heavenly drums beating at the same time. It was no longer 9 rings of divine fire in the sky, but 10 rings of divine fire. The 10 rings of divine fire in the sky was no less powerful than Du Xiaojing's 10 rings of divine fire in the sky, but there were some differences between the two. It was just that the pressure was overwhelming, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble, the square to tremble, and the living beings to prostrate themselves. When the 10 rings of divine fire appeared, Moksha's aura blended with the heavens and the earth. A peerless demonic monarch appeared in the sky, and a vast pressure surged out. He was extraordinary, shocking the past and dazzling the present. Because I am a complete great sovereign, you will no longer be my opponent. This is my true strength, Moksha said. His eyes regained the invincible confidence. This was his true strength. He fought against Du Xiaofu with the strength of a great sovereign. He wanted to defeat Du Xiaofu at the same level, but he lost. However, he was not depressed. After all, this was his true strength. The complete great sovereign's nirvana was a glorious era in the ancient era. Only those who were truly peerless could step into it. In the ancient era, any complete great sovereign could shake the past and dazzle the present, leaving behind endless legends. And he, a complete great sovereign's nirvana, had stepped into it in the present era. My God, 10 rings of divine fire, a complete great sovereign, an existence that is on par with the innate saint. Another monstrous genius. Everyone in the square was stunned. A complete great sovereign's nirvana was a legendary existence. They were also peerless geniuses in the ancient era, able to compete with the ancient era's almighties. How powerful and terrifying! Today, an innate saint and a complete great sovereign's nirvana had appeared. Both of them were legendary existences in the ancient era, which made everyone shudder in fear. That guy is so strong. He has actually reached that level. Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing were also moved at this moment. They were extraordinary. Their cultivation was like a boat sailing with the current. Stepping into the great sovereign realm was also like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Their natural talents were already unparalleled in the world. However, at this moment, seeing Moksha's complete great sovereign's nirvana, Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing felt a great impact in their hearts. There is always someone better than you. Innate talent is one of them. Cultivation is the most important. Grandpa Wu is right. On little Xingxing's tender face, His clear eyes were flickering with golden flames. His heart was surging. One step at a time. It's like waking up from a dream and being enlightened. Du Xiaoyao muttered softly. Within her innate spirit eyes, there was a golden light fluctuating, filling the air with boundless radiance. Too strong. Zhou Xiaoluo, Mo Runan, Heng Luan, Huang Linger, Lian Qingrong, Fire Cloud Evil God, Jialo Jueyu, and the others were all deeply shocked. To them, the impact they had on their hearts was undoubtedly much greater. Rumble, at this moment, the supreme tomb had already stabilized. The light connected the 10 stone platforms. In the center, a vortex entrance had already begun to appear. Divine light wrapped around it, and an ancient aura spread out. The 10 stone platforms were the closest to the entrance of the supreme tomb. It was as if they were floating in the air. The ancient aura made the souls of the living beings on the stone platforms feel warm. The supreme tomb has opened. Enter quickly. At this moment, the entire place was filled with exclamations. The entire square was in an uproar. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, countless auras exploded in the square. Runes soared into the sky. The power was shocking and vast. Roar in the air, beastly roars were like thunder. Countless beasts roared and hissed. Chapter 1695. Charge, auras surged and symbols interweaved. Silhouettes rushed towards the entrance of the supreme tomb, intending to rush inside. Enter. On the 10 stone platforms, the disciples of the great clans had already rushed into the sky. The 10 platforms occupied the initiative, so they were even faster. The entrance of the supreme tomb was very small, so small that the demonic beasts couldn't enter at all. Countless creatures rushed forward in an instant, fighting for the chance to enter the supreme tomb. Everyone enter, Du Yunlong said to the Huang country and the heavenly beast hall. Moksha and his third brother were still fighting in the sky, but he believed that his third brother would have a way to deal with them. They couldn't delay the Huang country from entering the supreme tomb, they had to fight for the Huang country's fortune. Rumble. In an instant, symbols interweaved in the sky above the plaza. Many creatures only had a small entrance to enter the supreme tomb, and immediately, a fierce battle broke out. At this moment, everything was for the sake of the great powers and the great clan's fortune. The disciples of the 9 great clans weren't polite to each other. They didn't kill each other, but fought with all their strength. For the sake of the supreme tomb, no one could endure or be polite. There was no room for politeness and tolerance. In an instant, the 9 great clans, the Phoenix clan, and the Huang country clashed together. Roar, beasts roared and secret techniques shook the sky, causing the void to boil. Their auras could move mountains and overturn seas. It was incomparably intense. Let's enter the supreme tomb first. Yi Piaoling looked at Du Xiaofu and Moksha in the sky. Her pitch-black eyes fluctuated. The Huang country needed someone to fight for it. She waved her sleeve, and the 18 heavenly guards rushed out. They were like 18 sharp weapons, swift and fierce. No one dared to block them. Let's enter the supreme tomb first. Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoman, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Guiche, Guqin Mo, Master Yao, Zhen Qingchun, General, Gu Xinyan, Dongli Diao, Purple Tianzuan, Yu Xianzi, Ghost Child, Wu Kei, and the others all rushed out, fighting to enter the supreme tomb. In the sky above, a fierce battle broke out. Whoever approached the entrance would immediately be surrounded and attacked. No one could easily enter the supreme tomb. Among the various great clans, Qi Jiajun, Zhou Yu, and the others had already made their move. Their bodies shone, and all types of secret techniques were added to their bodies as they soared through the air. However, they were also blocked by countless experts in the surroundings. Immeasurable Heavenly Sovereign! Amitabha! The Taoists and Buddhists made their moves. Divine light shot out and Buddha shadows appeared in the sky. This chaotic battle almost caused the heavens and earth to collapse. In an instant, numerous figures were swept down like kites with their strings cut. Bang, bang, bang! Some people met with calamity and were taken away by their life-saving talismans. There were also some who had long since lost their life-saving talismans and turned into a rain of blood, their souls extinguished. However, Qi Yeshi, Zhou Xiaoluo, Jiangchen, Lian Qingrong, Fire Cloud Evil God, Kong Sansi, Heng Luan, Su Yangzi, Huang Linger, and the other paragons didn't do anything. They stood on the stone platform and looked up at the demon monarch and the demon king. A perfected supreme nirvana realm expert had appeared, and they wanted to know the result of this battle. Living beings were fighting. In the sky above, Moksha and Du Xiaofu, who had 10 divine rings fluctuating, naturally noticed it. At this moment, both of their eyes were filled with blazing light. One of them had a monstrous demonic aura, while the other had a purple-gold lightning arc that began to rise like the sun. There's not much time left. They are about to decide the victor. Mo Runan looked at the sky above, and her eyes were filled with a dazzling radiance. Let's end this. Moksha opened his mouth. The perfected supreme nirvana realm expert's power fluctuated. His entire body was covered with dazzling lightning runes. 10 divine rings appeared in the sky, enveloping a large area of the void. Along with the torrential demonic aura, it crushed everything and rushed towards Du Xiaofu. It was simple and direct, but at this moment, this was Moksha's full strength. It seemed simple, but only a true expert could feel the vast destructive power. The terrifying power enveloped the void, and all kinds of profound techniques merged together. It was like nature itself, and it was impossible to find any flaw. This was the perfected supreme nirvana realm, which could destroy everything. Chi La La, this terrifying power swept across, and the void quietly collapsed inch by inch, turning into a dark void. Only the surging demonic aura and 10 divine rings appeared in the sky. It's too strong. Is this the perfected supreme nirvana realm expert's power? The supreme beings below were also exclaiming in admiration. That terrifying power made them shudder in fear just by looking at it. Du Dingxuan's eyes were fluctuating with lightning arcs at this moment. He looked at Du Xiaofu, but his expression was very calm. His hair fluttered behind him, and he looked inexplicably sharp. Chi La La. 9 divine rings appeared in the sky, and Du Xiaofu also made his move. A tyrannical energy fluctuation swept out with purple-gold lightning arc. Resplendent and dazzling purple lightning runes surged in all directions, as if a purple-gold sun was about to rise in this square. Everything happened in a short instant. The resplendent purple-gold lightning arcs were boundless, and a huge purple-gold golden-winged rock phantom spread its wings and soared into the sky from Du Xiaofu's body. This purple-gold golden-winged rock phantom enveloped Du Xiaofu's figure, and it seemed to have merged with the supreme nirvana realm expert's power. The purple-gold thunder rock flapped its wings and soared into the sky. It was as if Du Xiaofu had transformed into a real golden-winged rock. Its entire body was glittering with purple-gold lightning arcs, and its ferocious aura spread out, causing the void to tremble. Gee, the purple-gold thunder rock screeched, and it pierced through the clouds and cracked the stones. The phantom spread its huge wings and directly charged towards Moksha, as if it wanted to soar into the sky and cross the blue dome of heaven. The Demon King is also terrifying. When the huge purple-gold thunder rock appeared, its terrifying aura made even a supreme being tremble. The huge purple-gold thunder rock and the perfect supreme being's power collided, and it was as if 2 spaces had collided together. Chi La La, the violent destructive aura that burst out from the surroundings caused the square's space to tremble, and it shook everyone's soul. Gee. The purple-gold thunder rock's eyes shot out purple-gold lightning arcs, and it was as if 2 suns were shining in the sky, overlooking the world. It didn't back down at all, and it directly collided with the former. Moksha's perfect supreme being's nirvana realm expert swept out, releasing a destructive aura, and demonic aura filled the sky. Rumble, such a collision caused the void to explode unceasingly. At this moment, Du Xiaofu activated the true rock's divine ability, fusing the lightning martial vein and the Supreme Being's Nirvana realm expert's power. It was as if a real golden-winged rock was soaring in the sky, controlling the Supreme Being's power, and releasing an endless tyrannical aura. Rumble, suddenly, the situation changed again. Spiritual lightning descended from the perfect Supreme Being's Nirvana realm expert's power, and it was like a tiger that had grown wings. The purple-gold thunder rock screeched. Although it wasn't afraid of the spiritual lightning, and its huge illusory body could even devour the spiritual lightning, the destructive power was far greater than the absorption power. Ka, the purple-gold thunder rock began to crack, and it was being suppressed, falling into a disadvantageous position. Bang bang bang, at the entrance of the Supreme Tomb, the battle at this moment was intense to the point of madness. All the living beings were using their full strength, and all kinds of treasures were activated. Some people had obtained ancient inheritances and shocking treasures in the divine domain, and they no longer hid and held nothing back. Suddenly, many dark horses appeared. Originally, these living beings weren't too outstanding, but now they had soared into the sky, shocking everyone. It seems that the suppression power is getting weaker and weaker. An old man made a move, and he was immediately surprised to find that they were able to use more and more strength that exceeded the initial domain realm. Set up the array. Some of the big clans and factions were setting up a joint attack array to escort their disciples into the Supreme Tomb. The terrifying array appeared, and it filled the sky, making it impossible for rogue cultivators to get close. Be careful! In the intense battle, Yi Piaoling's figure appeared beside a graceful figure, and a huge demonic beast behind her was blown away. The woman's light red curly hair flowed down, and there seemed to be mist around her. She looked at Yi Piaoling from the side. Her face was beautiful, and her skin was as white as snow. Her eyes were full of charm, and she said, "Don't worry about me, I still have a life-saving talisman. You go fight for the Supreme Tomb." She was Wanzhou's 100 Flower Gates, Hua Zimo. She had met Yi Piaoling in the divine domain, and now she knew what was most important. She didn't want to be a burden to the 18 heavenly generals. She knew that he wasn't good with words, but he had always been protecting her in the dark. She felt warmth in her heart, and she knew that she didn't misjudge him. Okay. Yi Piaoling nodded and looked around. At this moment, the joint attack array formed by the big clans and factions was rampaging. 18 heavenly beasts holy slaughter array. In the next moment, Yi Piaoling spoke, and the 18 heavenly generals immediately got into formation. The roars of beasts were like thunder, and the 18 of them shone brightly. As the wind and clouds surged, the 18 of them all underwent a strange transformation, and they turned into 18 terrifying beasts. Roar! Wuji! The 18 huge beasts included the golden-winged roc, the Xianyun scarlet dragon, the ancient heavenly fox, the Huado, the Bian, the Xieji. A total of 18 strange beasts roared ferociously, and with the golden-winged roc's shadow around Yi Piaoling as the leader, they covered the sky and appeared in the sky. At this moment, the formation appeared, and it was much more terrifying than any other formation around. Wherever it passed, it would sweep away everything, and several formations were destroyed. No one dared to stand in its way. Amitabha 18 Luo formation. The Buddha's shadow appeared in the sky, and the Buddhists blocked in front of the 18 heavenly beasts' holy slaughter array. This was the 18 Luo formation set up by the Buddhists, and not the one set up by the boundless cult. These were the 18 monks of the Buddhists. They were shrouded in golden light in the Sanskrit chant array, and it was as if they had become Buddhas on the spot. They descended with strange phenomena, and the golden light illuminated the sky. It was as if the 18 arhats had descended, and they were chanting sutras, waving prayer flags, spinning Buddhist prayer beads, knocking on wooden fish, and waving the demon-subduing pestle. The 18 Buddhist shadows and Sanskrit chants were like a huge whirlwind formed by golden divine light, and it was about to crush the entire square. Everyone in the sky gasped. Under the terrifying might, those who weren't strong enough directly prostrated themselves in worship, as if they wanted to put down their weapons and become Buddhas on the spot. The terrifying 18 Luo formation, accompanied by a terrifying Buddhist pressure, caused the Buddha's shadow to shine brightly, and it was about to suppress the 18 ferocious beasts.